Okay, we are live, and thank you for joining me. This is a ChilsonTV animation live stream. Today, I am going to be animating this character that you see here. His name is Dogman, and I have a nice little 3-minute scene for him that I'm going to animate start to finish on this live stream, and that is a promise, and I'm not going to get up from this seat until I'm finished with this animation. So we're going to see how that goes. Here's the character. This is Dogman, and basically what I've done here is I've broken down this character into his constituent parts in Photoshop. So here's the Photoshop file. Basically, what you see here on the right is the character name with a plus sign next to it. Basically, adding a plus sign to the beginning of a layer label in Photoshop makes it an independently moving layer in Character Animator. So generally, the way I set up my Photoshop puppets for Character Animator is plus sign, character name, and then frontal group nested in that global character layer group, and then with an independent head and non-independent body. And as you go through, I have a couple different head shapes for him. I have a frontal head, 3/4 head, and then I have a profile head. So I'll flip between those in Character Animator as needed. And then I just have, his legs, his torso, his belly, his arms, all in separate groups so that they can be animated. So I'm going to close out of Photoshop because I don't need it right now. All right, and I'll just show you briefly the character setup. So this is the same thing that you just saw in Photoshop, but here it is in Character Animator. And basically the way that you rig a character is you just go through and so like here's the frontal head, right? And you label left eyebrow, right eyebrow, nose, happy mouth, sad mouth, left eye, right eye, left ear. And then anything that you want to add a physics behavior to, like a dangle property. So you have this ear, and then you have the place where the ear connects to the head, which is up here. And then you have a dangle property, which basically means that there's going to be an automated physics behavior. So when you move the character's head like this, his ear is going to flop with some secondary action, which is one of the 12 basic principles of animation. And it just does it for you. The computer does it for you. As you're going to see in this little live stream demonstration, I like to have the computer do as much of the work as possible. Some may say that's lazy, but I'm not going to live forever, so animation takes a long time. I'm going to have the computer do as much work as I can. All right, let's go back to the scene. So here we have our character. Let me just check a couple things first. Okay, so here's a little tip to make Character Animator run a little better, because this can be a GPU, CPU intensive software. So one thing you can do to make it easier on yourself is right now, if you look at the width and height of my scene, it's like 8,000 pixels by 4,000 pixels. So this is huge. That's a way higher resolution than you would ever. That's twice the size of 4K. So I'm going to export at this resolution so that I can punch in for close-ups on my character without losing resolution in the After Effects scene that I'll eventually bring this character into. But while I'm animating the character in Character Animator, I'm going to drop down the resolution to HD because it's just going to be easier on the program that way. And then I'm going to unhide my layers or my different properties. Basically, I like to break the animation down and to do one piece at a time. So I hide all of the pieces I'm not working on until I get to them. So what I'm gonna do is come to this. This is the transform property for the full character, and right now you can see the scale's at 40%. Because I drew this character basically in a 10,000 pixel by 10,000 pixel Photoshop document. That allows me to punch into a super close-up on the character and maintain 4K resolution. That's the whole reason for doing that. But I'm going to change the scale here to 10%. So I'm making the character a lot smaller, but the canvas doesn't look any different. This is just going to be easier on the graphics processing. Another thing I'm going to do while I'm animating to make it easier on the graphics processing is I'm going to turn off the physics. So what I just explained with like the dangle behavior on the ears dangling as you move the head, you're not going to see that as we're going through this. That's just because it makes the program run a little slower. So I'll turn that back on at the end, but I'm gonna leave it off while I'm working. All right. Double check the stream. Everything looks good. Okay. Let's get into it. So, like I said, I break down the characters piece by piece, and I do one piece of the animation at a time. So the first thing I do is I animate the face. I'm going to take these facial features, mouth, nose, left eye, right eye, left eyebrow, right eyebrow, and I'm just going to animate the position and rotation keyframes for each of those facial features for the entire 3-minute animation. Here I have 2 sound waves. Here is one sound wave that is the full sound design for this animation. And then here's the second sound wave, which is just the vocal part for this character. I use that second sound wave to compute a lip sync behavior, which generates these visemes that you can see here. And these are just the different mouth shapes. So you use the computer to generate the mouth shapes, in sync with the isolated vocal sound wave. And then you have to go through and clean it up because the computer doesn't get it right. It doesn't look, it's like close, but it never looks quite right. So you got to go through and clean everything up. I've already done that just by putting in, like, here, he makes the O. I don't know what, let's see what he's saying here.
The psychedelic rain's coming.
The psychedelic rain's coming. Brilliant line of dialogue. All right. So here's the word coming. It starts with a D because basically you have 14 different mouth shapes and you use D for a lot of them, like K and duh. My mouth doesn't look that different when I say K, like coming versus dumbing. It doesn't look that different. So there's no K mouth shape. So, I mean, you could make one, but I didn't. Anyway, it looks good enough, right? It doesn't need... Rule number 1 with animation, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's not going to be perfect. It just has to be good enough. Make it good enough and move on. Otherwise, you're going to drive yourself crazy. So let's just take a look at this line again.
The psychedelic rain's coming.
What? Yeah. Is his mouth moving perfectly in sync? No, but whatever. It's close enough. All right. So I've already done that. So all the lip syncing is done. Now it's time for the facial animation to begin. And before I did that, I just dropped in some head turns. So use triggers to do a lot of things in Character Animator, but it's basically just saying, like, at this time I want the frontal head, but then where you see this B trigger right here, that's where I want him to turn his head to the 3/4 view. And this was done pretty roughly. I don't know if I'm going to use exactly all of these head changes the way they are here, but you just get something rough in there so that you know which facial features to be animating, because you can't use the same transform properties for the left eyebrow on the frontal head as you can for the left eyebrow on the 3/4 head. So if you see this labeling system on the side, anywhere you see B, the A head is the frontal, the B head is the 3/4, and the C head is the profile. So anywhere it says A in front of a facial feature, that's the frontal facial feature. Anywhere you see B, that's the 3/4 facial feature. And the reason it's like that is because these are literally different drawings. This frontal head looks very similar, but it's a different drawing than this head to the side. So you can't, the way that the left eyebrow would need to move on the frontal head is going to be slightly different than the way it needs to move on this head in order to achieve the same facial expression. So, you know, I would love to be able to just have a transform property for left eyebrow, and it applies to all the heads, and it works perfectly and looks perfectly, and it's seamless between the different head transitions. But it doesn't work like that. It's just not even really possible because it's a different drawing. So I have 3 eyebrows. I have an eyebrow for each head, and that's why there's so many keyframes to deal with. As you can see, I'm starting this animation 6 minutes in because I've already animated this character previously for a bunch of different animations. So I'll just scroll through. This is like a previous animation, and you can see I already have all of these expressions and facial features dropped in here. And that was for a former animation that's completed and that I have already published. But I animate the next scene in the next animation in the same scene so that I can copy and paste these keyframes into what I'm animating now. The whole idea behind this is that I want to do as little work as possible. So I'm going to copy, you know, and ideally I'm going to stay in this scene for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour as I keep animating with this character. And then I'll have all of this previous animation to draw upon for the next animation. So you just get faster and faster the more you stick with a certain character. And that's, you know, I'm going to hopefully rely on this previous animation a lot today so that I can do this relatively quickly. But it's relatively quickly is never what you want it to be. Everything takes longer than you think or that you want it to take. So, all right, that's enough procrastinating and explaining things just to avoid working. So now let's do it. Here we go. I'm just going to listen to the beginning of this to see, and this character, this is the frontal version of this character. So I've already animated a profile view, and I'm going to use those for different shots that I can edit between in the final cut. So my thinking as I'm going through this is the camera is in front of this character, and he's either moving forward or speaking to someone in front of him basically throughout the animation. So I'm just going to keep that in mind. And a lot of what you're doing as you're animating is you're thinking about the scene. Where would the character be looking? Who is this character talking to? And how can I make it look not like shit? That's the main thing. So here we go. I feel like failure is essential to becoming a great artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist, you have... All right. Getting rid of that. So right now they're walking down the path. Nick is to the character's right on screen. So instead of the character looking over to Nick, I basically want him to be bored with... It's Nick and Dogman are walking down a path in the forest, and Dogman is bored, and he's kind of sick of hanging out with his good buddy Nick. because Nick can be a little annoying at times. So what I'm going to do in order to have the character turn his head to the left instead of the right is I have a hold keyframe on the scale X of the head. So just the horizontal scale of the head. And if I change that from 100% to negative 100%, it flips the head. So that's what I'm going to do here. And one thing to note about this is that if you have a horizontal transformation, in other words, if you flip a layer that has a physics property associated with it in Character Animator, it screws up the mesh of the physics property. So all these physics properties, just to show you this real quick, they create what's called a mesh. I'm trying to see how I can show that. Let's see. Can I show it on his leg? Layer mesh. I'm not sure why it's not showing it right now, but basically it's just like, depending on where you put the different features, Character Animator creates like an imaginary like skeleton of motion for the layer that is moving according to a physics property, and that gets messed up when you flip it horizontally, and it'll start glitching. So if I had the physics behavior turned on here, when I flip the head, you would notice the ears glitching a little bit. This is a known issue with Character Animator, and you know, I hope they find a way to solve it. I do have a workaround for that, which is to export the body and the head separately, and then to go in and manually do the head flipping in After Effects after this animation is done. But I will flip the head throughout the animation just to determine when I'm going to do that, what the timestamps will be that I'll then, you know, have to keep track of to flip the head at the correct time in After Effects. So, all right, here we go. I feel like I've been talking for 20 minutes. I haven't even started. I feel like failures is... All right. I feel like failure is essential to becoming a great artist. So when he turns his head back, I'm going to change the head scale back to 100% from negative 100%. And these are hold keyframes, which means that the keyframe holds its value until the next keyframe. So I only need to drop one in to change the value. And it's typically the computer interpolates what the in-between motion should be between two keyframes, but when you use a hold keyframe, it just stays stuck until the next keyframe. So I use hold keyframes for the scale because I never want the scale of the head to be like 60%, because I'll show you what that would look like if it's 60%. Like, you know, it just like shrinks your image a little bit, and you know, it doesn't look good. All right. I feel like failure is essential to becoming a great artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist, you have to fail and fail and fail and fail for decades, and then keep failing, and then die a failure. And then 100 years after you die, someone discovers your work and says, hey, this guy was pretty good. All right. So I kind of like the head discovers your work and says, hey, this guy was pretty good.
Uh-oh. It's coming.
What's okay? And at this thunderclap, he's gonna go, because they see something's coming, and that, you know, this is the inciting incident that they will characterization is revealed through the way that you respond to incident, and you know, that's storytelling. All right. What am I doing here? I'm just gonna copy a bunch of old animation because I don't feel like making anything new. And let me just, so these are the old sound waves. I'm just gonna turn them on so I can see where they start. And each of these older animations starts basically with these characters walking down the path as well. So I should be able to just reuse this same basic animation. Yeah, this is gonna work. All right, here we go. Lazy Man Animation 101. Just use the stuff you did before. Do as little work as possible. That is always the goal. It's gonna be, whatever you do, it's gonna be a ton of work. So just do as little as you can. And that's also, there's elegance and simplicity. You know, anybody can make a crazy, complex, whatever. The real skill is, can you make something simple? Can you make something really good that's really simple? And that's the fucking magic. That's when the magic happens. Simplicity is of the utmost importance. Don't go crazy. Just do enough. Alright, so we dropped some animation in here. Let's see what this looks like now. I feel like failure is essential to becoming. Alright. I know I made a big deal about this head turn, but I'm getting rid of it because I don't think it works. I feel like failure is essential to becoming a great artist. And basically what I'm doing here is I'm taking these keyframes and okay, one thing, I'm gonna turn off the happy mouth on the 3/4 head because I don't need it right now. Maybe I will need it later in the animation, but I don't need it right now, so I'm just clicking these shy guys to hide that layer. And I'm gonna do it on the frontal head as well, because like I said, you know, there's a million keyframes in here. I want to focus on just the ones I need right now so that I don't get like confused and overwhelmed. All right, so here we should have the same expression on the 3/4 head as we do on the frontal head, and there you go, same expression. And then this is how I do these little head changes to make it look smooth, is that I transition to the same expression on both heads as I switch the head. So this should be the same expression on the frontal head as the 3/4 head, and it is. And so this should make for a nice smooth transition. Artist.
Okay.
Well, that doesn't look very good. I feel like failure is essential to becoming a great artist.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't like this expression here. I need a different one. This is the one I need. I'm going to take these keyframes. them here instead. Because I just want him to be like kind of bored. They've been walking down this path forever and he's just like, you know, a little bored. Alright, let's see what that looks like now.
Essential to becoming a great artist.
Okay.
Alright, good. That'll work.
Artist.
Okay.
Artist.
Okay.
Artist.
Okay.
But I'm actually, because that's the same expression. I'm just transitioning to the same expression. All right, I need a different. I need something else. I'm looking for a spot where the A and the B expressions are lined up, but I want something a little different. Alright, I'm gonna have to just start being someone who's actually doing something here. So, okay.
Artist.
Okay.
Becoming a great artist.
Okay.
Actually, I don't know. I could just leave that like that for now.
I feel like failure is essential to becoming a great artist.
Okay.
Take all these keyframes, move them a little bit to the side.
Artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist.
So, I guess one thing I could do to make this transition look a little better is I could just move the eyes down a little bit as he transitions. Adding keyframes in between the two expressions is always, not always, but a lot of the times a nice way to add a little motion and dynamics to the expression change. And something just as subtle as like pulling these different facial features down a bit as the expression transitions can really improve the look of the animation.
Great artist.
Okay.
Great artist.
Okay.
Yeah, see, like
Great
that
artist.
looks
Okay.
a little better. The other thing you can do to like make it look a little smoother is add a little bit of head animation, and I'm not gonna do the head animation until like that's next. I do the face first, and then I go to the head and body and arms and legs and stuff. But just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, I'll just do a little head animation here. Bring the head down a little bit in between, and just so you can see how this like sells the head turn a little bit.
Artist.
Okay.
See?
Great artist.
Okay.
And then, you know, that looks
Great artist.
Okay.
like a totally fluid head turn, which might not seem like much, but that's important, you know, to be able to do that. Okay. What the fuck? All right, moving on.
Artist.
Okay.
To be
Actually, you know what? I'll just leave that head animation in there. Why not? I'm gonna do something similar to that later anyway, so I might as well just leave it there.
artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist, you have to
All right. And so right now, Nick is like just saying some bullshit about like art and whatever. And so like Just imagine what would your expression be like if you were stuck on a forest path with someone who's going on and on about like art and philosophy and won't shut the fuck up. So I just need to capture that feeling in his facial expression. All right. Here we go.
To fail and
So now we're getting into the nitty-gritty. And this is what I'm gonna be doing basically for the next couple hours, is moving keyframes around. Position, rotation, keyframes. Occasionally, I'll manipulate some scale keyframes, but really I don't do too much of that. I try to keep it simple, and position and rotation are the squat and deadlift of keyframe animation. Scale is bench press. I didn't come up with that. Ben Marriott did. Ben Marriott, great animator on YouTube and makes a lot of useful courses and tutorial videos and stuff like that. So, you know, eternally grateful to all of the wonderful animators on YouTube who publish educational information for free. It's pretty cool. Okay. That's kind of the expression we're going for. Let me also bring up his lower eyelids. Yeah. That'll work. Okay.
to fail and fail.
Let me get rid of this stuff because I don't need it.
Becoming a great artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist, you have to fail and fail and fail for decades, and keep.
All right. So here I'm going to repeat some animation that I've done before. Yeah. This is the one. And basically this is a head transition that I've already used from the frontal head to the 3/4 head. So I'm just going to use it again.
Keep failing and then die of failure.
I don't know if I already said this, but spoiler alert, if you watch this live stream, you will know what happens in this animation. Maybe that doesn't matter to you, but just so you know. And this is going to be done. I'm basically going to wrap up this animation in the next 2 weeks. And then it's going to be a part of a series. So I'm going to do like 9 more of these. This one's 3 minutes long, and it's taking me about a month to complete. So I guess I could do 10 of them in 10 months. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long it takes. Because I think I'm going to get longer with each one as well. I want to stretch a little bit and get more into these characters and like a little deeper. You know, a lot of my animation in the past has been short. It's hard to produce, you know, long animation as an individual, but I've been upgrading my equipment, and I think I'm getting closer to being able to do that. So anyway, just some background on what's going on here.
Keep failing and then die a failure, and then 100 years after. Artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist, you have to fail and fail and fail for
So one thing about the facial expression changes is that most of them are going to occur over like 4 to 6 frames. So if you look at this setup, the way Character Animator is set up, you see like dark rectangle, light rectangle, dark rectangle, light rectangle. Each of those is a frame. There's 24 frames in a second. There's 180 seconds in a 3-minute long animation. So there's 4,320 frames in this animation, and I am going to animate all of them. Basically, like, we don't really change our facial expression slowly in life. Like, if I go from a happy to a sad facial expression, I go, you see how that, like, expression change happens quickly? Very rarely do people go and change their expression very slowly. It doesn't really happen like that. So you want the expression changes to occur over 4 to 6 frames, and then you want to sustain the expression, you know, between changes by just copying and pasting the same set of keyframes, you know, however far apart. And usually I have an expression change for these characters every like 2 to 3 seconds, sometimes less than that, 1 second, you know, because we do change our expressions fairly often. So, you know, the changing the facial expression just clues you into, like, there's an inner life. Like, this is just a drawing. These are just shapes. But when you change the expression, you know, in sync with the sound wave, it all of a sudden, like, you feel like there's like some light inside the character, like they're alive or something. They're not. It's just color. But that's the illusion of life, which is the great Disney animation book that everyone has to read.
To fail and fail and fail for decades. To fail and fail and fail for decades. Decades, and then keep.
Oh shit, what did I do? I dragged these keyframes instead of copying and pasting them. Rookie mistake.
For decades, and then keep failing, and then die a failure, and then 100 years after you die.
Alright, let's get another frontal expression from something we've already done. Alright, this is where I gotta be looking. There's a lot of great expressions in here. Yeah, so I did this like 2-minute and 15-second monologue with this character just to give myself all these expressions to work from, because like it's about preserving the work. Like you don't ever want to have to do it twice. Just, you know, you benefit from everything that your former self did to get you wherever you are, so use it. Don't. Sometimes I have a tendency to look back at my former self and be like, oh, what an idiot. But that guy did a lot of stuff to help me out, so I need to appreciate what the me of the past has done and not just write it all off. That that got kind of away from animation for a second. But it also applies to animation.
And then 100 years after you die, someone discovers your work and says,
Alright, I want another expression change. Here. And even if one of these former expressions that I created is like not exactly what I'm looking for, so what? Find something that's close and then tweak it. Rather than recreating everything from scratch, go back to what you've done before, find something that's close to what you want, bring it to where you need it, and then tweak it. And, you can work a lot faster that way. You know? It's all about speed. And you may be asking yourself, Nick, why use keyframes? Why not hand-drawn frame-by-frame animation like a real animator, like a Disney animator working on Aladdin or The Lion King? Why don't you do animation like that? It takes so long. I mean, I've got massive respect for the hand-drawn frame-by-frame animators of any time period. You know, the Studio Ghibli's, they make the best films. You watch The Boy and the Heron, it looks great. There's a reason for that. They're real artists doing hand-drawn frame-by-frame. I'm drawing puppets in Photoshop and animating them in Character Animator, and I do some frame-by-frame animation when it's needed, but those are more in specialty moments because I'm producing this stuff like essentially as an individual. So I'm doing the animation, I'm also doing the writing, the production, the sound design, the voice acting, so I need to find ways to make things easier on myself, which is why I use keyframes and have the computer do the in-betweens. And, you know, I don't need to be the best animator in the world. I just need to be good enough. I need it to honestly just not be distractingly bad. It needs to be good enough to support the story. If it can do that, we're good. That's my philosophy.
Someone discovers your work and says, hey, this guy was pretty good.
All right, now we want a big expression change on the thunderclap. Right there.
Good.
So I want him to be like Mr. Beast thumbnail face. So let me see if I have something like that. That's close. You know what? I'm gonna make this one from scratch. Sometimes you just gotta say, you know what? I'm making it from scratch. And every time you make a new expression, that's something you have to draw upon in later animation. So like, everything I do here is helping my future self. the next time I animate this character, it's going to be easier because I'll have all this new stuff to draw upon. That's the idea, anyway. Alright, so he needs to be surprised and looking up. I also want to pull off the illusion that he's tilting his head upward. I'm not actually going to tilt the head upward, but if I move the facial features high up on the face, and also if I put in a custom, sorry, sometimes I just have to rub my mouse on my forehead to get it to, like, this rolly part sticks sometimes, and you use your, like, forehead grease to lube it up. That's a weird thing to admit to doing, but I do it all the time. Okay. So, what was I talking about? Oh, I have like a specialty frame drawn for this particular animation that I did in Photoshop, where it's an extreme low angle on these characters as they look up with trepidation at a darkening sky, at an incoming storm in a darkening sky. That's what's going on here. Basically, in this animation, there's this rainstorm that's coming, and it presents a problem. And our characters have to deal with that problem and overcome the problem. And in the process of overcoming the challenge that they face, they will change and grow. And eventually, they will get what they want and succeed in solving the problem, but only by making a sacrifice. And they're going to have to give the thing they never thought they could give in order to get the thing that they want, and they're going to change because of it. That's a story. That's all it is. It's a little hero's journey. You just have characters that are vaguely likable. They don't even really have to be. They just need to showcase some cleverness in navigating a problem. And the way you create empathy for your characters is you show them dealing with, like, unfairness, usually. Human beings are wired to identify unfairness. And this is why, like, we love revenge stories. The easiest way to create empathy for a character is show something horrible happening to them that they didn't deserve, and then watch over a 2-hour period as they take their revenge. It's incredibly satisfying. So you show characters in a normal situation, create empathy for your characters, you have an inciting incident, you send them on this quest to solve this problem, you make them sacrifice the thing they didn't want to sacrifice in order to get the result that they needed, and then you show how they've changed as a result. And that's how you tell a story. And that's what all this is about. This whole animation thing is, it's just about telling stories. It's just a way of quickly and cheaply producing the stories that I write. And I love animation, don't get me wrong. I'm not like... I actually enjoy this. I know it seems a little tedious. I enjoy doing it, but I'm not doing it for its own sake. I'm doing it for the sake of the story. And says, hey, this guy was pretty good. All right. Good. So that looks a little flat. How are we going to make that look better? It says, hey, this guy was pretty good. It's also happening too early. It should happen 2 frames later, because he shouldn't start moving before he hears the thunderclap.
Says, hey, this guy was pretty good.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. So here's how you add a little dynamics to an expression change. You come a couple frames before the expression change, and if everything's moving up, you move it down. And this is going to create a little bit of anticipation. Anticipation is where you move something in the opposite direction before you move it in the direction you're meaning. So I want his expression to move up, but first I'm going to move it down. That's called anticipation. That's one of the 12 rules of animation. All right. I'm going to move it down and a little bit to the side as well, because I want there to be like a whoa kind of motion going on here. I'm taking all his facial features and I'm moving them slightly down and slightly to the right. I'm also going to tilt his eyebrows inward here. So you get this little expression of consternation, but you're only going to see this for one frame between these two other expressions. And watch how this improves what we just did.
Pretty good.
Look at that. It adds a whole, like, I don't know, just adds like a little punch to it. And one thing you can do is you can make, usually you want the time it takes for the anticipatory motion to occur to be longer than the time it takes for the intended motion to occur. In other words, like, if I'm gonna punch someone, you know, and I'm Captain Falcon, right? I don't just go punch, I go Falcon punch. That's a reference to Super Smash Brothers. But you see what I'm talking about. Like, it's a big wind up. It's like, pow. Here, I'm not exactly doing that because this is just like a little, I don't know. It's not quite the same. It's not a big motion, but you can like mess with the timing a little bit to sell the effect is all I'm trying to say.
Says, hey, this guy was pretty good.
I liked it better the first way. Before I gave my Super Smash Brothers lecture. Stupid analogy.
Good. Says, hey, this guy was pretty good.
All right. So his eyes go wide, and then I want them to immediately narrow. Why do I want that? I guess because he's like seeing something in the distance. The truth is, I don't really know. You just kind of go by feel at a certain point. You're like, because as an animator, you're also an actor. This is not an idea that I came up with. This was an idea I heard expressed by a Disney animator talking about drawing the frame-by-frame animation for Mufasa in The Lion King and saying, like, you have to think through, like, you're not just like drawing a cartoon. You also have to think, like, how would a cartoon lion sing Hakuna Matata? Like, you have to come up with all the facial expressions and stuff. And so you have to like think through the performance, and there's going to be some trial and error involved. I'm probably going to make try to make certain expressions that aren't going to look good, and you just got to keep massaging it until it works and makes sense with like what the performance should be.
Says, hey, this guy was pretty good.
All right. Let's move this up a little bit. I also want some animation on his eyebrows here and his nose and his mouth. So I'm just setting these keyframes, and then I'm going to change them here. There we go. It looks like he's looking up, right? Really, he's not. I just moved everything up on his face. It's the same face, but it creates the illusion that he's looking upward. Alright. And then there's an idea, I forget what this is called. It's one of those ideas in animation where it basically, like, whenever a character is talking, you want them moving around. Like, if you look at South Park, whenever a character is talking, their head is, like, going like this, you know? So you just want to create a little subtle motion whenever a character is expressing themselves. There's, like, a name for that. I don't know what it is.
Uh-oh.
Alright, I want to do 2 quick changes here. So right now the shot is Dogman is left shoulder, but on the right side. So when he looks to Nick, he's going to look to our right, his left. I'm just always trying to, like, keep in mind, I have the storyboard for this in my head. Like, I know what everything needs to look like. I know what shot we're in right now, but you just have to always be thinking about that to be like, all right, where should his sight line be going, and where are the other characters in the frame, and you know, it can be helpful to work from a storyboard to do that. I didn't draw a storyboard for this. I just know in my mind what I want. So I'm just going off of that. All right.
Uh-oh.
Have him look to the left and then to the right. Let's see if that works. Actually, I don't know why he would be looking to the left. Let me rethink this. You know what? I just gotta feel this one out. I'm just gonna shut up for a second here and think about what I'm doing. Alright, now I'm gonna have him look over toward Nick. I know it sounds like I keep referring to myself in the third person. It's just because it's the character's name. And the character is like a self-portrait, but also not really. It's like a exaggerated, cartoonish version of who I really am. And I did notice something that I do. I tend to make my own, like the me character, a little annoying. I don't know what that says. Am I a little annoyed by myself? I guess so. But I'm working on that. I'm working on the negative self-talk, trying to be more of my own advocate in life and in my work. Okay. I think that's, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, is this really what I'm trying, is this good? I don't.
Uh-oh. It's coming. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I want that to be a little more dramatic. Bring everything down a little more. Take that expression, paste it here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a little better.
Uh-oh.
I want it to happen a little faster. Move that in one frame.
Uh-oh.
That looks good. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect.
It's coming.
What's
Just has to be serviceable.
Uh-oh. It's coming.
I'm gonna do one more little trick. Got one more little trick up my sleeve to really sell the power of this expression change. I'm gonna add some little happy little eyebrow keyframes. Lift up those eyebrows in a dramatic way.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's good.
Uh-oh. It's...
Now he's really
coming.
what's coming?
The psychedelic rain.
Alright. So he's gonna look slightly over his shoulder toward Nick before turning his head in Nick's direction. Here's how we do that. So this guy doesn't have pupils, and I did that on purpose, mostly because pupils make everything more difficult. When you just have dark, soulless doll's eyes, it accomplishes a couple things. First of all, it makes this guy look kind of like a stuffed animal, which is kind of, I don't know, I guess that falls under appeal. If you're playing 12 rules of animation bingo, appeal, go ahead and put a token on the appeal. I forget how bingo works. Do you have tokens in bingo? Yeah, you put them, you like cross off boxes? I don't know. It's been a while since I played bingo. But appeal is another one of the 12 rules of animation. Those are all very important to know. But anyway, the not having pupils makes it easier because you don't have to move the pupils around. And also, you sort of can't tell where he's looking, which has the advantage of, like, it doesn't have to be exact. Like, I put his eyes in the general direction of the subject of whatever he's supposed to be looking at, and the audience is going to be like, yeah, good enough. You know. it's amazing how the animation doesn't have to be that good if the cartoon has like heart and is funny. First of all, if the audience is laughing, nothing matters. If the audience is laughing throughout, it does not matter if you have the most beautiful animation. It does not matter if it looks fluid and perfect. If the audience is laughing, nothing else matters. And I would also say, like, if the design has some heart in it, like I just watched the Peanuts Halloween, The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. It was Halloween yesterday, so I watched that. It's half an hour long. I probably watched it on Halloween every year since I was a kid. Shout out to my parents who showed me that for the first time. But the animation, I'm not talking shit on Peanuts at all. The animation is awesome, but it's not like the most fluid thing in the world, and it just doesn't have to be. It looks great. It just looks great, you know. And the backgrounds are simple, and the character design is simple, but it just looks good. So who cares? If it looks good, who cares about anything else? And looking good is not just about like, it's not just about technical perfection. It's about like, when you look at the characters in It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, they just, I don't know, they just feel, there's something nice about the way the characters feel. And Charles Schultz, or whoever, I guess it's him who draws Peanuts, he does this head shape where the characters, when they're experiencing great joy or sadness, their whole head tilts up. And you can see their ears on the side and their nose on the top of their head. And all you can see on their face is their mouth. And it's either a big smile or like crying about something or whatever. It's just a cool head shape. And it's a creative idea, and it looks good, and it's not something I've seen a great deal of in other animation. It's unique and it's interesting, and so you're just trying to do that. You're trying to do something unique and interesting that has heart and is funny. And that's what's important. That's the only thing no, other things are important too, but anyway.
Uh-oh, it's coming. It's coming.
Just gonna have him turn back.
Uh-oh, it's coming.
What's coming?
The psychedelic grind.
Alright, so now we're transitioning.
The psychedelic.
Actually don't mind that expression. The 3/4 head here. Don't mind it. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this expression here. Facial expression. Not to be confused with expressions which are code written in After Effects to achieve certain animation. When I say expression in Character Animator, I'm talking about facial expressions. To my knowledge, you can't write, software code expressions in Character Animator. I wish you could. Oh, I also wish you could use the graph editor for keyframes in Character Animator. I have sent that suggestion to Adobe a number of times, and no one has ever gotten back to me. So, if anyone from Adobe is watching this, why can't I use the graph editor in Character Animator? Please tell me. What's coming?
The psychedelic.
Alright. So that's... I want him to look a little more concerned here. want to bring his expression up a little bit. And then I'm going to replicate it on the frontal head so that when I switch between the heads in the middle of the expression change, it will look fluid. I'm tilting his eyes here a little bit. Some rotation on the eyes to achieve some type of something. Okay. Yeah, that's good. And then I'm gonna immediately change this expression, so. Alright. Let's see. So I want to duplicate that on the frontal head. I want to take this. I want to change it. The Snoopy animation is so good in The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. Snoopy goes out for Halloween as the World War I flying ace, and they have that whole sequence where he's like, he's sitting on top of his doghouse, but in his imagination he's like in the sky behind enemy lines, like fighting in World War I. I don't know, it's just, there's something about it. I've always loved that scene. I just think it's so funny. Also, the voice acting for Snoopy, his voice is like like, there's something really nice about it. Dogman's voice is a Jason Statham voice.
I'm Jason Statham. You talk like Batman in a Cockney accent. That's how you do the Dogman voice.
But I like the Snoopy voice too. Just thinking about cartoon dogs, you know? Spending my time thinking about cartoon dogs. Move these up a little. All right. Okay, good enough. So that should look roughly similar to, yeah, you know, it's fine. It's not exactly the same, but whatever. And now I just want to recreate this expression on the 3/4 head. So I'm transitioning between the same two expressions on both heads, and I'm switching heads in between the expression changes. And the effect that will be achieved here is going to be incredible. It's just going to look beautiful. It's going to be the greatest thing anyone's ever seen. And you're going to say to yourself, wow, I thought that, you know, it wasn't going to be that great, but I was wrong. That's going to be you. Very shortly. Once I'm done with all of this bullshit. All right. Come on. All right, that's good enough. Let's see how we did here. Similar-ish. And then we do the
psychedelic.
Did that work?
What's coming?
The psychedelic. The socket.
You know what? I think if we just make it happen a little faster, it might help smooth things out. And again, if we add a little head movement to this, it'll smooth things out. All right, let's see that.
The psychedelic.
Oh, look at that.
The psychedelic.
Yeah, that looks fine. It's coming.
The psychedelic rain.
What's coming?
The psychedelic rain.
Yeah, the head movement sells it. So, gotta give a shout out to the head movement.
The psychedelic rain. Psychedelic rain.
Do a little bit more motion on
Rain.
when he says rain. Just want to move the eyelids and the eyebrows a little bit, just to get a little bit of
Psychedelic rain.
I don't know how well that communicated what I'm trying to achieve, but I did my best. Oh. Okay. Classic case of animating keyframes on the wrong head. Just got too in the zone. Nope. Delete that. I'm gonna have his eyebrows move down a little bit before moving up to just add a little punch to this movement.
Psychedelic rain.
Yeah, that looks good.
Psychedelic rain.
The what?
The socket.
Alright, so here I want him to return his attention to the sky. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this expression block of both the A and B heads, and then I'm gonna copy the changes that I just made into that expression block. And then I'm going to return to this expression, and I'm just going to do the reverse of what I did here. And by copy and pasting the reverse, I have a head transition back from side to front just by reusing and reversing work that I've already done. Isn't that amazing?
The psychedelic.
There we go. Looks back up to the sky. And let's make it look a little different just so it doesn't seem like I'm as lazy as I am. Just gonna have him squint a little bit here. Let's see.
The psychedelic.
Perfect.
The what?
The psychedelic rain's coming.
What?
The psychedelic rain.
Alright, I want another expression change
Rain.
on rain. So let's see what we got here. Time to... Oh, am I going to be able to see, I want him looking up toward the sky, but I also want to start reusing some of these old expressions so I can move a little faster here. But in the old expressions, he's not looking up. That's the problem. I don't think I can use these. Dang. I mean, I can use them later, but not right now. Alright.
The psychedelic rain's coming.
What?
The psychedelic rain.
Just adding a little variation. Just for fun.
The psychedelic rain's coming.
Ah, shoot. Alright, and once again, I'm going to dip these eyebrows down. Introduce a little bit of dynamics to the animation.
The psychedelic rain's coming.
What?
Alright, at this moment, I'm going to have Dogman look down from the sky, turn around, and look back at his friend down the path. I don't actually need to turn the character because I'm going to do that in After Effects. So So I just need to shift his gaze downward.
The psychedelic rain's coming.
What's coming?
I want 2 quick expression changes here. And basically I'm going to keep his head forward for the next minute. Because now we're in a over-the-shoulder conversation between 2 characters facing each other, looking at each other.
The rain's coming.
What?
Oh.
The rain's coming.
What's
What's going
coming?
on there? Just gonna toggle hold these keyframes by hitting Option Command H because I had a little drift going on there that I didn't want.
The rain's coming.
What's coming?
Psychedelic.
All right. Now is the part where I'm gonna just copy and paste from what I've done before because I gotta get through this. I gotta speed this up. I'm just gonna take all this shit. And I'm just gonna drop it in here. And we'll see how much of this I can use. I mean, hopefully I can use a lot of it. We're gonna find out. Fuck around, find out. One thing you can do if you want to look through your old head shapes without, without adjusting all these head triggers, because right now this is showing me the A expression, but I'm on the B head, so I'm not going to actually see what that expression is. So I can just turn off triggers, and then I can see all the A expressions. Another way to do it, if you don't want to turn off triggers, is you can record another layer of head shapes over top of what you already have, and then you take that layer and you move it wherever you need to see that specific head. So now, even though this is I have the B head selected in my final head trigger track. Now I have this other head trigger track that I'm going to later delete, just so I can see what all these different expressions are. I hope that makes sense.
The psychedelic rain.
The what?
The psychedelic rain. It's coming.
What's coming?
Psychedelic.
Okay.
Worse than any of those other ones.
Feel it.
Whoa!
Alright, I'm just gonna grab all this. I just gotta close the curtain real quick. The sun's coming in kind of hot. Okay, that's better.
What's coming?
Psychedelic.
Alright, hopefully this works.
Coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Coming?
Psychedelic.
Do an expression change on the syllable in the middle of this line.
Psychedelic rain.
Coming?
Psychedelic rain. Psychedelic rain.
I gotta reverse these two. Want to end on this one. Bring this one back.
Psychedelic rain.
Coming?
Psychedelic rain. Psychedelic rain.
Alright, I want to end on this expression, but I want to lift it up a little bit because he's looking up toward the other character. So... just gonna move everything up. And I'm going to move his lower lids up as well. I want him to look a little concerned here. That will do. And I'm gonna center everything just by changing the X position to 0 on these different features. Okay.
Psychedelic rain.
Coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Oh, okay. What is that?
It's like regular rain.
Alright. So he's turning around to deliver this line to Nick.
It's coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Oh, okay.
What are we doing here?
What's coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Oh, okay.
Just kind of feeling this part out. I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing. I'm just kind of...
Coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Oh, okay. What is that? What is that?
It's like regular rain.
I don't think... Well, if he's still looking forward, maybe I'm transitioning to the side head here because he's looking over his shoulder back down the path. All right. So we're going to do that transition.
It's like regular rain. Except it turns everything psychedelic.
And then he should look back up at the rain.
What is that?
It's like regular rain. Except it turns everything psychedelic.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, okay. What is that? What is that? What is that?
It's like regular rain.
Okay. So we got another head transition here. So I need to replicate this expression on the side head. Basically just looking downward. I like this expression that's already here for the expression we're going to transition to. So I'm going to preserve that by copying these keyframes and moving them over here. And then I'm going to replicate the expression on the frontal head by basically just moving everything down a bit and over to the left, because his head motion is going from left to right, so I want the expression to start on the left. Ooh, whoops. Wrong keyframe. Let's see. And I'm going to take the rotation out of the eyes. Tilt these eyebrows up a bit. Move that here. And then I need to replicate this expression on the frontal head. Everything up and to the right. And I'm going to change the eyelids. Now we should have a smooth transition. Smoothish. Smooth enough. Let's see how that looks. Just play back the last couple seconds.
Coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Oh, okay. What is that?
It's like regular rain, except it turns everything psychedelic.
Okay.
What is that?
It's like regular rain, except it turns everything psychedelic.
And now I think I'm just gonna repeat and reverse this keyframe change to turn his head back the other direction. Cause I don't feel like making it all new again. Takes too long.
Everything psychedelic.
Actually, I need this to go up. I need him to be looking back up into the sky. So, I have that somewhere. There it is. I have it somewhere else. Yeah. What's better, that or that? I'm gonna take this and then I'm gonna tweak it. So copying, pasting the other expression, and then I'm gonna center the facial features by setting their X positions to 0. Which just returns it to the original X position before I made any changes. And I'm gonna lift up his eyelids a bit. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
It's everything psychedelic.
Oh, very creative.
I kind of like how this is just drifting down here like this. I didn't plan that, but...
It's everything psychedelic.
Oh, very creative.
I'm gonna stop it right there. I wasn't planning on doing this, but I'm gonna just grab that expression. I think it looks fine. And now I think here's where Dogman turns around to confront Nick. Because he was just accused of having a derivative idea. And that is the highest insult to a true artist like Dogman. His ideas are not derivative. His ideas are very good and smart. But he's no longer looking over his shoulder. That's the point. He's looking forward now. Just gonna search through my expressions here for something I can use. I can use that.
It's my voice. Does he think that?
Let's grab this one. Copy those keyframes.
Not relaxed.
God.
Implied. I don't even know how to imply something.
Psychedelic rain.
Oh, okay. What is that?
It's like regular rain. Except it turns everything psychedelic. Turns everything psychedelic. Regular rain. Except it turns.
I'm gonna move this expression change up a little bit.
Except it turns everything psychedelic.
Oh.
Maybe not that much.
It turns everything. Except it turns.
Maybe I want to. A lot of times the expression changes work well if you put them at a place where you're seeing, you know, a little spike in the sound wave. So on the impact of a certain word, you know.
Except it turns everything psych. Except it turns everything. Except it turns everything psychedelic.
Oh. Very creative.
It. It's creative.
Next expression change occurs at the next line of dialogue. That's where we paste the expression I grabbed. That's what I'm looking for. He's getting a little angry here.
It is a
Just gonna duplicate that here so that I block off my keyframes so that they're not changing in a way that I don't want.
What is that?
It's like regular rain, except it turns everything psychedelic.
Oh. Very creative.
It is a creative art.
What is that?
It's like regular rain, except it turns everything psychedelic.
Oh. Very. What is that?
It's like regular rain, except it turns everything psychedelic.
Oh. Very creative.
It is a creative.
Alright, so I kind of want him to spin around here. I'm gonna do something. Just try to visualize how this conversation is going to occur, at what point he's looking into the distance, and then at what point is he looking back at the person he's talking to. That's... I'm gonna bring everything down a little bit. Just to get a little variation here. I like that. Take that, put it here.
Psychedelic.
Oh, very creative.
It is a creative art.
And here I'm just going to move everything up a little bit. Because I want him to spin around and look up at Nick. That's what's happening in this moment. I'm pretty sure. I'm 79% sure. Yeah, that's what I want. I'm going to hold these keyframes so there's no drift. Let's see how that looks.
That.
It's like regular rain, except it turns everything psychedelic. Turns everything so.
Just getting rid of the drift in this. I thought maybe it would look good, but I think I was wrong.
Except it turns everything psychedelic.
Oh, very creative.
It is a creative idea.
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted.
It is a creative idea.
I didn't say it wasn't.
You implied.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. I can feel it. It's about to pick up and everything's gonna get easier. You ever just lie to yourself and you just know it's a lie, but you just say it anyway because you're gonna, I don't know, makes you feel better?
Very creative.
It is a creative idea.
I didn't say it wasn't.
You implied.
Implied? I don't even know how to imply something.
Don't matter now. Rain's coming.
Is that bad?
Not for me.
Alright, I kind of like those.
Rain's coming.
Kind of like some of the stuff in here, not all of it. So now he's turning back around to look at the sky
Don't matter
again.
now. Rain's coming.
You know, got a lot of turning around, turn the other way. It's too much. Pro tip for animation. Just have your characters look in one direction the whole time and never move. Then you don't even have to animate them.
Rain's coming.
The best animation is no animation at all.
Creative.
It is a creative idea.
I didn't say it wasn't.
You implied.
Implied? I don't even know how to imply something.
Don't matter now. Rain's coming.
Imply something.
Let's do a little expression change here. On this line of dialogue. Line of dialogue equals expression change.
You implied.
Implied? I don't even know how to imply something.
Don't matter now. Rain's coming.
Good.
Something.
Don't matter now. Rain's coming.
Is that bad?
Not for me.
Bad?
Alright.
Bad?
Not for me.
Alright, so that's... We need something different there. Go back to my most recent B expression. Copy and paste that here. And then I'm gonna need a B expression that looks like that frontal expression. So I'll flip back and forth between them. All right. Just want to get this to look basically the same as the frontal expression to allow for a smooth transition between the two heads. Transitioning between the heads. How's that look? Is that good? Am I good at this? Yeah, I am. Look at that. Basically the same expression. And then what do we want to transition to? Let me think about this.
Bad?
Not for me.
I'm going to take... So I think he's turning around to look at Nick twice here. That's what I... You know, when you have the storyboard in your head, sometimes it's better to make an actual storyboard, because you're like, what is he doing here? Like, what?
Bad?
Not for me.
But it is for me.
Alright, so now he's going to look over his shoulder and then turn real quick.
But it is for me.
I didn't say that.
Alright, I know what to do. I know what to do. And the way I do the turn in After Effects is I'm basically going to take this finished full body animation once I finish it, which would be a few hours from now. And I'm going to duplicate the character animator file, and then I'm going to link a Photoshop puppet that is almost identical to this one, except it's the back view of the character, and it'll just automatically generate the same animation but from the back view. So it gives you an easy turnaround where you can just, like, you know, do a little rotation and switch from the front view to the back view, and it looks like the character's turning around in After Effects. So I'll do that later. I don't have to worry about that right now.
Bad?
Not for me. It's like regular rain, except it turns everything psychedelic. Not for me. Me.
Alright. Now I just need a matching expression from the two heads to show the character basically looking forward. That's all I need. and I think I got it. Look at that. Oh my god. First try. Look at all these goddamn keyframes. And this is only for the heads. This isn't even including every other part of the character. Although to be fair, the face, this is the hardest part. This is not only is doing the facial animation the most tedious and time-consuming part of character animation, it's the most tedious and time-consuming part of my entire animation workflow. Because if you think about it, for the most part, like, I'm in a room, right? I'm like an organic person moving around in the room. Like, animating me is going to be harder than animating this microphone because the microphone's not moving. You just draw it once and then it's there. So animating characters is harder than, typically harder than animating inanimate objects. And then animating the facial features of characters, that's where like the nuance of expression lives. You know, I'm expressing myself with my arms and my shoulders and my body language and all that stuff. But I'm really expressing myself with my face. So, you know, this is the part that takes hours and hours, but then it's done and you get to move on, which is coming. Alright, this is perfect because he's just turning to face his good friend here.
Not for me. Not for me.
That looks great.
But it is for me.
Not for me.
But it is for me. But it is for me.
Okay, and we're basically no head changes for the next 30 seconds. That's great. It's great news.
Me.
But it is for me.
I didn't say that.
But it is for me.
I didn't say that.
You implied.
I like holding on this expression here, because
Nick.
he's basically like a little embarrassed, doesn't want to have to say what he's about to say. So I like just holding on that for a second. And then we get into it here. And I'm going to see if I can just take a chunk from this and use it. I think this is the spot. Just grab all of this. And just pray to God that it works. Move that back a little bit.
But it is for me.
I didn't say that.
You implied.
Nick.
Here we go. Fingers crossed that this just looks perfect and I don't have to do anything to it. It's not going to be the case, but... Alright.
You implied.
Nick, look at your track record. You can't handle your drugs.
What do you mean
Ah, that's actually not that bad.
Drugs.
What do you mean
Some minor adjustments. This will work. Bring everything to center because he's looking directly forward. Maybe adjust the eyebrows a little bit. Gotta lube up the mouse with my forehead grease. Disgusting.
I can't handle my drugs.
You got a drug problem.
That's a very important part of animation. You gotta
Drug
lube
problem?
up your mouse
What
with
drugs
your
do I have a
forehead
problem?
grease.
What drugs do I have a problem? What drugs do I...
You got a drug problem.
Alright. I think that's not gonna work. That stuff's not gonna work. But this stuff did work. So that's the thing. You copy your old animation and sometimes it looks great and sometimes it looks not so great. And you just kinda figure it out.
Nick, look at your track record. You can't handle your drugs.
What do you mean?
Your drugs.
What do you mean? I can't handle my...
Your drugs.
Move this up a little. And I don't want him to look angry here because this is not an angry moment for Dogman. It's more of a concerned moment. Basically, he's saying to his friend, like, all right, this psychedelic rainstorm is coming and it's going to turn everything psychedelic and I'm worried about you because I think you're going to get overwhelmed by it. So, you know, I'm expressing concern more so than anger. You don't want the characters to be mad at each other for their shortcomings. You want them to help each other through the problem. And, you know, there's no hard and fast rule there. You can have your characters do whatever you want, but I look at Dogman as sort of like a bit of a spirit guide, if that makes any sense. Like, kind of looking out for his friend, but a little flabbergasted, you know, by his friend's ineptitude at times. So, something like that. That would be the character sheet I would write for Dogman.
Nick, look at your track record. You can't handle your drugs.
What do you mean I can't handle my drugs?
You got a drug problem.
Alright. On this line, you got a drug problem. I want him to... I want the expression to soften, and I want him to look like he really loves his friend and he's worried about his friend.
Your drugs.
What do you mean I can't handle my drugs?
You got a drug.
Alright, let's punch back in on the face. Option scroll to zoom.
Drugs.
What do you mean I can't handle my drugs?
You got...
Push this up. Not too much. Don't push it up too much. And let's move the bottom lids up a little bit. Expression of concern. That's what we're going for. Let's move these down and tilting the eyebrows upward gives you a concerned or a surprised face. Tilting them downward gives you a face of anger or consternation. These are the basics of human expression. Human beings expressing themselves with their eyebrows. How do you like my broadcaster voice? I've been trying to work on my Bob Ross voice. I love Bob Ross. You watch Bob Ross, he speaks like softly, he's narrating everything. Oh, the happy little trees, happy little mountain. Just, you know, create a little reflection, just pulling the brush down, mixing the yellow with the titanium white. Trying to be more like Bob Ross.
Drugs.
What do you mean I can't handle my drugs?
You got a drug problem.
A drug problem?
Yeah, that's good.
What drugs do I have a problem with?
Alcohol, marijuana,
Okay.
psilocybin mushrooms.
I kind of like... So he's about to list off all of the drugs that Nick has a problem with. The character, not me. I don't do any drugs. I'm 100% completely sober at all times. But I like the idea of him just like not changing his expression at all throughout this. Not just because it means that I don't have to animate it, but I think it actually makes sense because he's very deadpan, just saying all the drugs that this character has a problem with.
What drugs do I have a problem with?
Alcohol, marijuana,
Okay.
psilocybin mushrooms,
What?
2CB, MDMA,
No.
LSD,
All right.
ketamine,
Doc.
DMT.
I don't have a problem with all of...
Does that work? I think it works.
problem with.
Alcohol, marijuana,
Okay.
psilocybin mushrooms,
What?
2CB.
Let me think about this.
Applied.
Nick, look at your track record. You can't handle your drugs.
What do you mean I can't handle my drugs?
You got a drug problem.
A drug problem? What drugs do I have a problem with?
Alcohol, marijuana,
Okay.
psilocybin mushrooms,
What?
2CB.
Maybe for the second half of it, his eyes are like gradually narrowing. Maybe his whole expression narrows. Let's see. Let's see how that looks.
MDMA,
No.
LSD,
All right.
ketamine,
Doc.
DMT.
I don't have a problem with all of those drugs.
Yes, you do.
Get rid of that head change. That doesn't belong there. It's good news. I think this is gonna work. If I'm smiling, it's a good sign. Anytime I get an idea and it puts a smile on my face or makes me laugh, that's when you're like, okay, that's a good sign. That's probably not the worst idea. If it's, that's really what you got to go with in all of this. Does it make you laugh? Are you laughing? You can try to guess if like, will other people find this funny? Will other people laugh at this? But you ultimately don't know. And you drive yourself crazy, like focusing on what you think other people will like. There's no way to know. You just have to go with what puts a smile on your face. When do you light up inside? Do more of that.
Problem with.
Alcohol, marijuana,
Okay.
psilocybin mushrooms,
What?
2CB,
Yeah.
MDMA,
No.
LSD,
All right.
ketamine,
Doc.
DMT.
I don't have a problem with all of those.
Yes, you do.
Honestly. With.
Alcohol, marijuana,
Okay.
psilocybin mushrooms,
What?
2CB,
Yeah.
MDMA,
No.
LSD,
All right.
ketamine,
Doc.
DMT.
I don't have a problem with all of those drugs.
Yes, you do.
Honestly,
I like that he's just straight ahead, deadpan, not changing his expression much. I think that works, which is great because it is also less work for me.
Yes, you do.
Honestly, alcohol is way worse than any of those other ones.
All right. So this part, I'm going to pause this music for a second and
Yes, you do.
Honestly, alcohol is...
all right, if you could just listen to this for a second.
Yes, you do.
Honestly, alcohol is way worse than any of those other ones.
So when that hits, basically the camera's going to crane up on these two characters looking into the distance, and we're going to go up into the sky. So how am I going to do this?
Yes, you do.
Honestly, alcohol is way worse than any of those other ones.
All right.
Yes, you do.
Honestly, alcohol...
Yes, you do.
Honestly, alcohol is way worse than any of those other ones.
Feel it.
Whoa.
I do feel that.
Raindrops.
Dogman, my hands are like hands. Get rid of these heads.
Yes, you do.
Honestly, alcohol is way worse than any of those other ones.
Feel it.
Whoa.
I do feel that.
Raindrops.
Dogman, my hands are like...
Do.
Honestly, alcohol is way worse than any of those other ones.
I'm trying to think about how I want this to look. All right. He's got to look up. Because we're craning back into the sky, so... Gotta go up here. Yeah, I think that's okay.
Feel it.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's way worse than any of those other ones.
Let's create a little anticipatory movement. move everything down a bit before we move it up. Yeah, there we go.
Feel it.
Whoa! I do feel that.
Okay. I kind of like that his facial expression is sinking here. Little slow movement. I think it creates a dramatic effect, and I think it's good enough. So I'm going to stick with that. Happy accident. Sometimes things just happen and you didn't do it intentionally, but you just have all these keyframes laying around and they create motion, and sometimes it looks good and you just go with it.
Feel it.
Whoa! I do feel that.
Raindrops.
I'd like to punch into a close-up of Dogman where you see Nick over his right shoulder here. So
Feel that.
Raindrops.
I'm gonna move his facial expression slightly to the right as if he's talking to Nick over his shoulder. That's the plan.
Okay.
All right. What are we doing here? Let's grab this. Let's grab this whole section.
I mean, DMT.
I don't have a problem with all of those drugs.
Yes, you do.
Honestly, alcohol is way worse than any of those other ones.
Feel it.
Whoa! I do feel that.
Raindrops.
Close up.
Ah.
You gotta think as an animator and as a writer and as a director.
Raindrops.
There we go.
Raindrops.
Ah. Dogman, my hands are like...
And now he's gonna turn back around to look at Nick.
Raindrops.
Ah. Dogman.
So we got him turning around back and forth 3 times. In my mental storyboard, it was only happening once, so I was wrong.
Raindrops.
Ah. Dogman, my hands are like... Hand.
Nick, try to relax.
Not a huge fan of that expression. Just gonna get rid of all that.
Ah. Dogman, my hands are like...
pull this over. So there's the 7-minute and 30-second mark. This animation goes from 6 minutes to 9 minutes. So that's halfway. One thing to never do is to, like, as you're doing this, scroll out and see how much you have done and how much you have left to do. It's never a good idea. It's always demoralizing because you're always like, God damn, I've been working on this for 3 hours and I still have so much to do. You know, right now I'm doing the thing I'm saying to never do. You never want to, like, look at the big picture with animation. You just want to focus on literally the next thing you have to do, because if you let yourself think any more than that, it just is overwhelming and you're just gonna get paralyzed and, you know, you're never gonna be able to do anything. I'm just moving my source keyframes back a little bit to give myself some room here. Alright, so I'm not going to fully 9 minutes, like a little bit before 9 minutes. I like to do little things to trick myself, like I'm just going to tell myself, you got a minute left. You only have to animate 1 more minute. It's kind of a lie, but you just trick yourself into thinking positive thoughts.
Hands are like hands.
You gotta have a positive mindset. You know, what's the point of not? There's no point. You gotta just say, it's all gonna work out. It's all gonna look fine in the end. And it will, and it does. It consistently looks better than I thought I could make it look. Because, you know, you keep working at something, you always improve. And every time you make something, it's better than the thing you made before. And that's all you can ask for.
Hands. Hands.
Nick. Try to relax.
Okay.
Hands.
Nick, try to relax.
I'm gonna drop in some new ideas here. What can I do that's gonna look good?
Try to relax.
Let me see what I got over here. Extend the length of this scene by changing the duration to 1,000 seconds. And extending my character. This part at the end kind of works for what I'm doing. If I just get rid of this, I think I can repurpose this animation for what I need here. Just gonna have to make some subtle changes, but I think this will work.
Relax. Try to relax. Try to Try to relax.
Oh, look at that tree.
Yes.
You know, you just copy and paste some old stuff you did, you move it around, make a little change here and there.
I see the tree. Yes, I see the tree.
Okay, so he does need to change his head here to look to the side to look at this tree. I'm gonna have this, I have this like epic drawing of like a crazy, it's like a normal tree, but all tripped out and spirit tree, psychedelic. So I'm gonna have this like cool shot here as they're coming up on the psychedelic rain, and you're like, you know that feeling where you look at a tree that you saw 3 seconds ago, but now you're tripping and you're like, whoa, it's a tree. It's like, yes, it is a tree, but you're seeing it differently. You're looking at the same thing you were just looking at, but all of a sudden it looks very different. You know that feeling? That's what I'm trying to capture. I'm trying to capture the feeling.
Try to relax.
Whoa, look at that.
Try to relax.
Whoa. Gotta change the timing on this eyebrow motion by 2 frames.
Try to relax.
Whoa. Maybe even 3 frames.
Try to relax.
Whoa. Look at that tree.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna do some custom motion here.
Yes.
So I need to replicate this expression on the bee head. Luckily, I'm already pretty close to it. Let's move these eyelids up a bit. You know, it may seem like this way of doing things takes a long time, but compared to other ways of doing animation, this is pretty quick. And the fact that I'm going to be able to get this character animation done in like, I don't know, a couple of hours, this is going to be very versatile. I'm going to use it in a lot of different shots. and it's going to be very useful. That's the story I'm telling myself. No, that is true. That's it's just something I like to remind myself of when it feels like it's dragging, because you know, you just gotta fight through it, and you'll thank yourself when it's over, because you'll have all this new animation to draw upon. So he's looking off the side of the trail at this giant, magnificent tree, which I have drawn in Photoshop at an extreme low angle for cinematic production value. Let's have his mouth tilted up a little. Right there. Yeah, that'll work. The eyelids come in a little bit. And let's have the eyes come up a bit.
Yes.
Now replicate that expression on the frontal head. All right. Now we should have a smooth head transition.
Yes, I see the.
Good.
Yes, I see the tree.
Everything's like
Yes, I see the tree. Yes, I see the tree. I'm Jason Statham. I'm the transporter.
You ever see that movie? The Transporter? Okay. So he's just quickly looking over to the side to notice this tree, and then he's looking back to his friend who is tripping out.
Yes, I see the tree.
everything's like everything's like Everything's like moving.
Yes, I see the tree.
Everything's like moving.
Move that up a little bit. Grab all those keyframes.
Everything's like moving.
There we go.
And shimmering and bubbling and waving.
Try to...
I actually like that. These expression changes in there. I think they work.
Try to... Stay calm. Stay calm.
I like this one too, but I want to exaggerate it a little bit. Yeah. And I want to do a little dynamic motion. This is why position and rotation are the squat and deadlift of keyframe animation, because squat and deadlift are like the hardest exercises. Nobody wants to do squat and deadlift. Everybody just wants to do bicep curls and get huge forearms so they can go to the beach and I don't know whatever people do. But you got to do squat and deadlift because that's where your strength is really going to come from. And so here we are.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm.
I want to do another change on calm. And I want to have his eyelids skew a little bit.
Yes, I see the tree.
Everything's like moving and shimmering and bubbling and waving.
Try to stay calm, Nick.
Actually, I think that looks good.
Try to stay calm, Nick.
Oh, Dogman. The trees are going up.
Just try to relax, Nick.
Get rid of this. We're getting there. I know it doesn't seem like it, but we're getting there. We're powering through this.
Try to stay calm, Nick.
Oh, Dogman. The trees are going up.
Just try to relax.
Alright. I'm getting rid of this stuff. I've used it enough. Should I just raw dog it for the rest of this? Not even use my old shit? That's really not that much left. Look at that. In terms of Dogman's dialogue, we're almost through the woods here. Alright. Full court press. Mix of metaphors. Come on. Do I want to use any of this? No. It's not working. I gotta make some new stuff. I gotta do new stuff.
Try to stay calm, Nick.
Oh, Dogman, the trees are going up.
Just try to relax.
Alright. Pure creativity time. Just pure artistic flow.
Just try.
Flow state engaged. Not. I'm just gonna kind of feel it out here.
Just try to relax. Just try to relax. Just try to relax, Nick. Be calm.
Gotta extend this mouth trigger. Want to stick with the same mouth shape I've been using.
Waving.
Try to stay calm, Nick.
Oh, Dogman, the trees are going up.
Just try to relax, Nick. Just try to relax, Nick. Just try to relax.
Bring everything back to center. Gotta stretch out the hands. Oh. A little carpal tunnel doing this. Just a lot of little finger movements for hours and hours. That's why it helps to have a mouse like this that's just ergonomically designed, and you just move it around with your thumb instead of like moving around on a mouse pad.
Just try to relax, Nick. Just try to relax, Nick. Be calm.
Why are the trees going up? Ugh.
Don't.
It's good to think, like, is this character going to be in the shot? Because from 48 seconds to 52 seconds...
Be calm.
Why are the trees going up? Ugh.
It's a different character's dialogue. We're probably going to be punched in a close-up on that character. You're not going to see Dogman during that 3-second window, so there's no reason to put any animation there, you know? It's always like, what's going to be on screen? Is this character on screen in that moment? If they are, you got to make some animation. If not, don't do it. Always do as little as possible. That's the rule of thumb. Always, always, always do as little as possible. And you know what? I'm gonna grab this chunk. I don't know if this is gonna work, but if I can get this to work, I can cut my work in half here. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Let's take this section. See if we can repurpose it.
Don't freak out.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm not... Oh, yep. All right, I'm starting to freak out.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, I'm starting to get really anxious.
Okay. Get rid of those. Don't need those. There's no motivated head turn there. He's not looking to the side. He's just looking forward.
Don't freak out.
Dude.
That's good.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm not... Oh, yep. All right, I'm starting... Dude, I'm fine. I'm not... Oh, yep.
I like this animation, but I don't think we need it yet. I think we move it back a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, all right, I'm starting to freak out.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, I'm starting to get really anxious.
That kind of works. I just laughed. That's a good sign.
Don't freak out.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm not... Oh, yep. All right, I'm starting to freak out.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, I'm starting to get really...
I kind of like that. That's fine. That's good.
anxious.
Alright, so this is Nick's dialogue, but we're going to be cutting to reactions from Dogman here. So we need facial animation.
Fuck. Okay, I'm starting to get really anxious.
Fuck.
Okay, I'm starting to get really anxious. Really, a lot of anxiety. Really, a lot of anxiety. I don't even know what it. I don't even know.
I like this expression change. I want it to be a little less abrupt. So I'm going to pull that out one frame, and I'm actually going to change the eyebrows as well. I want them to be raised, not furrowed. Furrowed. What can you furrow other than an eyebrow? Can't think of anything. I furrowed my book? No. I furrowed the car? I furrowed my brow.
Really, a lot of anxiety.
That is a verb that only applies to one noun.
I don't even know what it's about.
That's the
Those are the brilliant insights you have while trapped in animation hell. You just think about random bullshit. And you go, oh, furrow is a verb that's applicable to only one noun that I can think of.
I don't even know what it's about.
That's the That's the come up. That's the
Want some quick expression changes here. Let's see if we can just drag all this shit in here.
About.
That's the come up. It's
Nope.
That's the come up.
That doesn't work. Wish it worked, but it doesn't. Neither does that. Alright, why am I switching to the B head here? Let me listen
Always
to
like
this.
that. You always feel anxious on the come up. Just relax.
I'm not relaxed. I'm really not.
I don't think I need that head here.
I don't even know what it's about.
That's the come up. It's always like that. You always feel anxious on the come up. Just relax.
Alright. I'm gonna get rid of all this. Deleted. Grab this.
The come up. It's always like that. That's the come up. That's the come. That's the come up.
I want this to be exaggerated upward a little bit. That's good.
That's the come up. It's always like that. You always feel. It's It's always locked.
Alright. Gotta move this expression change over a couple frames.
To come up, it's always locked. To come up, it's always locked. Feel anxious on the come.
So I like him looking down here,
Always feel anxious.
but not like a frustrated looking down, more like remembering being in a similar situation, if that makes sense. Okay.
You always feel anxious on.
Bring this closer.
Come up, it's always locked there. You always feel anxious on the. You always feel.
Then I want him to look back up on the word anxious. Perfect. That's the expression I want. That's what I'm looking for.
Feel anxious on the.
And let's do a little bit of eyebrow movement here.
Feel anxious on the come up. Just relax. Just relax.
I'm not relaxed.
On the come up. Just relax.
This is kind of
Just
interesting. You know, Woody.
Come up. Just relax.
I'm not relaxed. I'm really not relaxed
That actually looks fine.
at all. I have anxiety.
Getting into a little flow here. I think we're charging into the home stretch. It's only been a couple hours. No big deal.
Anxiety. This is like an anxiety moment.
I know, Nick.
All right. We got 3 more lines of dialogue. Almost there. I have to use the restroom, so I will be back in very shortly. All right, here we go. Okay. Let's get through this last section.
Oh no. I know, Nick. I'm here for you. I know, Nick. I know. I know. I know. I know, Nick. I'm here for you. I know, Nick. I'm here for you. Focus on my voice, the soothing. Focus on my voice. Focus on my voice, the soothing sound of my voice.
Your voice is not that soothing, Dogman. You said that's soothing, Dogman. You sound...
Alright, I don't think I can use most of this because it doesn't work. I gotta get rid of it.
My voice. The soothing.
I think I can use this part though.
I know, Nick. I'm here for you. Focus on my voice. The soothing. The soothing sound of my voice.
Yeah, this will work.
My voice.
For the ending part. I'm gonna make some adjustments here.
The soothing.
And I'm also going to change the mouth shape here. So I'll... you see it says shy, hide this row, and shy is enabled, so we're not going to hide the row because I'm going to switch mouth shapes as Dogman talks about how wonderful and soothing his voice is.
The soothing.
He does it with a smile. That'll work. And we're also going to need to enable the keyframes on the happy mouth so that we can animate it.
I'm here for you. Focus on my voice. I'm here for you. Focus. Focus on my voice.
Alright. So I basically want to create a new expression here and use that instead of the one we just had. Then I'm going to copy this expression into the next one.
Focus on my voice. Focus on my voice. The soothing sound. Nick, I'm here for you. Focus on my voice. The soothing.
That looks good. I'm happy with that. It's always good to put any trigger changes in between two expression changes. So right here, the mouth changes from the sad mouth to the happy mouth. What's going on with these eyebrows? Oh, whatever, it's fine. And that transition is masked in the expression change. So you can barely tell that it's changing mouth shapes there, but it is.
Soothing sound of my... The soothing sound...
Okay. I want his eyebrows to be a little cocked here. Cocking those brows, like when you do that. Cock is a verb you can apply to many nouns. You cock a pistol, you cock an eyebrow. There's two examples. Still trying to think of furrow. Please put it in the comments if you think of another use of the word furrow other than with eyebrows. Do you furrow your lawn? No.
The soothing sound of my...
Could you furrow a piece of paper? No.
Sound of my voice.
Gotta change this a little bit. Okay. This is the part where I'm like, yeah, I'm ready to be done with this face animation. I'm ready to be done. But I know that if I just give it another 20 minutes, I'll get there. So you just stick with it. You don't give up. You don't give up.
Sound of my voice.
Your voice is not that soothing, Dogman. You sound like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years.
Oh, fuck, we're fucked. Yeah.
All right, I don't think I need this head change here. I don't know what's motivating it, so I'm going to delete it. You want all of the motion to be motivated. What do they say? Like, when something's really good, everything is narrative. Dialogue is narrative. Motion is narrative. Like, he reached for the knife. Why is he reaching for the knife? There's probably a reason that has to do with the story. Everything is narrative. Everything.
The soothing sound of my voice.
Your voice is not that soothing, Dogman. You sound like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years. This is not that soothing, Dogman. You sound like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years.
All right. Here we go. I don't really know what I'm doing here. I'm just trying something.
Dogman.
I'm going to use this as the expression change. See how that looks.
Man, you sound like a British guy. Man, you sound like a
Sound of my voice.
Your voice is not that soothing, Dogman. You sound like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years.
My voice.
Your voice is not that soothing, Dogman. Dogman.
I guess this should happen here. Because as soon as he hears Nick say, "Your voice is not that soothing," he should change his expression.
My voice.
Your voice is not that soothing, Dogman. You sound like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years.
Alright. Whatever. Good enough. Fine. Moving on. All right.
Okay.
Get rid of this. All right, now I'm going to use some animation from this. See, so like when we started this whole adventure, there was nothing to the right of this line. None of this stuff was here at, a couple hours ago. This is all stuff that was, adapted from older stuff and, some new and then, some tweaked, and then now we have all this stuff to draw upon. So I'm going to do that. And this is what I'm looking for. So I'm going to go back and copy some of the animation I just did. Now I'm going to repurpose it for the ending. Again, these are all time-saving
Soothing, Dogman. You sound
strategies.
like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years.
Oh.
Okay. Now that we're back to the S-mouth, otherwise known as the sad mouth, sad versus happy, just is he smiling or not as he's speaking. So now we're back to the sad mouth, and so I can hide the keyframes for the happy mouth because I don't need them right now.
Dogman. You sound like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years.
Oh, fuck, we're fucked. Oh,
So that looks good.
fuck. Fuck. fuck, we're fucked. Yeah. Oh, fuck, we're fucked.
That doesn't really work. I need something else. That'll work.
Fuck.
So instead of going to this expression, let's go to this expression. There we go. Here's
Oh, fuck, we're fucked.
Go ahead and delete this.
Fuck, we're fucked. Yeah. Fuck, we're fucked.
And on the beginning of the word fucked, transition to the last expression, and let's see how this looks. Here's
Oh, fuck, we're fucked. Yeah.
perfect. I mean, not perfect, but good enough.
Oh, fuck, we're fucked. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
That works.
Do a fucking psychedelic guy. Nick, I need you to just you know.
Alright.
Nick, I need you to just stay still. Yes. I need you to just stay still. I need you to just stay still. Just. I need you to just stay still. Just don't move. Just stay still. Just don't move.
Whew. Okay. Okay. I am. Okay.
No need for that.
Okay. I am chill.
So we're probably gonna cut to Dogman's reaction here. So I need a little bit more. Fuck. Thought I was done.
Nick, I need you to just stay still. Just don't move.
Whew. Okay. Okay. I am chill. I'm not chill.
Okay, so basically what's happened is as the psychedelic rain has come down, it's transformed the forest that these characters are in into some type of like trippy spirit realm wonderland. And now they're both sitting, meditating, floating in the air across from each other, trying to figure out what to do. So just, I know it's not probably completely apparent from the audio, but that's what's happening in the scene.
I am not chill, but I'm gonna pretend. I'm gonna pretend. Fuck. What now?
You know what? I think we can just hold on that
soothing
expression.
sound of my voice.
Your voice is not that soothing, Dogman. You sound like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years.
Oh, fuck, we're fucked.
Yeah, okay. I'm turning into a fucking psychedelic guy.
Nick, I need you to just stay still. Just don't move.
Whew. Okay. I am chill. I am not chill, but I'm...
Just go back to where we just were.
chill, but I'm gonna pretend.
I'll just add some basic reactions here. And let's animate the lids as well a little bit. Just a little bit. Some happy little eyelid animation. Shout out to Bob Ross.
Fuck.
And one more expression change just because I want to drive myself crazy. And it's never enough. I don't know when to stop. You gotta stop. It's a very important skill to know when to stop. Just stop. Stop it. I believe that's rule number 1 from the War of Art. Know when to stop. No, Stephen Pressfield would probably say the opposite. He would probably say, you are... Oh shit, what did I just do? Would say you are a Spartan warrior and art is a fight to the death and you must fight every day. The muse show up and the muse will come and speak to you. Is that what's happening here? Is the muse speaking to me? I don't think so. Sometimes it feels like that. But usually not during this process. This process is not as much about the muse as it is about just like cranking out this fucking shit.
What now? What now?
So just some subtle expression changes. Running through the finish line. Don't stop before the finish line. Gotta run through it. Thank you, football coaches of the past.
I need you to just stay still. Just don't move.
Whew. Okay. I am chill. I am not chill, but I'm gonna pretend. Fuck. What now?
Okay, we did it. That's the face animation. It's done. You know. Let's just do a quick review and just to see. So now you're just gonna see all the work we just did and how it was all totally worth it. So here we go. I feel like failure is essential to becoming a great artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist, you have to fail and fail and fail for decades and then keep failing and then die a failure. And then 100 years after you die, someone discovers your work and says, hey, this guy was pretty good.
Uh-oh. It's coming.
What's coming?
The psychedelic rain.
The what?
The psychedelic rain's coming.
What's coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Oh, okay. What is that?
It's like regular rain, except it turns everything psychedelic.
Oh, very creative.
It is a creative idea.
I didn't say it wasn't.
You implied.
Implied? I don't even know how to imply something.
Don't matter now. Rain's coming.
Is that bad?
Not for me.
But
Okay, looks good. It's fine. So here's what you do next. Face animation done. So now we need to hide the parts of the animation we don't need to see anymore. And so that's going to be all of these facial features. Thank God. Don't need to see this stuff anymore. And the layers that I'm going to turn on will be basically the head and body. And also the blink behavior. So the next thing I'm going to do is the blinks. If you notice in all of that facial animation we just did, the character never blinks his eyes. It's because I have a separate trigger for the blinking behavior that I'm going to put in now. Okay. So here's all the former body animation that I've done for this character. And I also have the former blink animation. So the way that I do the blinking is I just record a blink track. I turn on the trigger's behavior, and then so now every time I hit the letter X, the character's gonna blink. So I'm just gonna listen through this entire animation, and I'm gonna hit X whenever I think the character would be blinking his eyes, and then I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna clean up those blinks. So here we go. I'm gonna mute the background lo-fi. Okay. And record. Just blinking his eyes.
I feel like
whenever
failure
I
is
feel
essential
like
to
he should
becoming a great
blink.
artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist, you have to fail and fail and fail for decades and then keep failing and then die a failure. And then 100 years after you die, someone discovers...
Hold on. I forgot one key thing. So I'm going to delete this. The best way to determine where the blinking behavior should be is sort of like when other facial motion is happening. So in order to see that, you want to keep a couple of the facial keyframes visible. So for example, I'm going to keep the X position on the left eyebrow of each head visible. And this will give me a rough idea of when the facial expressions are occurring. Anytime Anytime you see keyframes down here below in the left brow, that's where, you know, some type of expression change is occurring. And then I'll also keep an eye on this dialogue track for any time the character is talking. Usually we kind of blink as we're talking or expressing ourselves or whatever. So that's where I'm going to focus my attention as I record the blink track, which I'm going to do right now.
I feel like failure is essential to becoming a
See
great
how I'm
artist.
nailing these blinks on
To
the
become a great
expression
artist,
changes?
you have to fail and fail and fail for decades and then keep failing and then die a failure. And then 100 years after you die, someone discovers your work and says, hey, this guy was pretty good.
Uh-oh, it's coming.
What's coming?
The psychedelic rain.
The what?
The psychedelic rain's coming.
What's coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Oh, okay. What is that?
It's like regular rain, except it turns everything psychedelic.
Oh, very creative.
It is a creative idea.
I didn't say it wasn't.
You implied.
Implied? I don't even know how to imply something.
Don't matter now. Rain's coming.
Is that bad?
Not for me.
But it is for me.
I didn't say that.
You implied.
Nick, look at your track record. You can't handle your drugs.
What do you mean I can't handle my drugs?
You got a drug problem.
A drug problem? What drugs do I have a problem with?
Alcohol, marijuana,
Okay.
psilocybin mushrooms,
What?
2CB,
Yeah.
MDMA,
No.
LSD,
All right.
ketamine,
Doug.
DMT.
I don't have a problem with all of those drugs.
Yes, you do.
Honestly, alcohol is way worse than any of those other ones.
Feel that?
Whoa. I do feel that.
Raindrops.
Dogman, my hands are like hands.
Nick, try to relax.
Whoa, look at that tree.
Yes, I see the tree.
Everything's like moving and shimmering and bubbling and waving.
Try to stay calm, Nick.
Oh, Dogman, the trees are going up.
Just try to relax, Nick. Be calm.
Why are the trees going up? Ugh.
Don't freak out.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm not. Oh, yep. All right, I'm starting to freak out.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, I'm starting to get really anxious. Really, a lot of anxiety. I don't even know what it's about.
That's the come up. It's always like that. You always feel anxious on the come up. Just relax.
I'm not relaxed. I'm really not relaxed at all. I have anxiety. This is like an anxiety moment.
I know, Nick. I'm here for you. Focus on my voice. The soothing sound of my voice.
Your voice is not that soothing, Dogman. You sound like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years.
Oh, fuck, we're fucked.
Yeah, okay. I'm turning into a fucking psychedelic guy.
Nick, I need you to just stay still. Just don't move.
Okay. I am chill. I am not chill, but I'm gonna pretend. Fuck. What now?
And there you have it. All right. So the reason that his mouth looked a little messed up there and you could only see the smiling mouth the entire time is whenever you enable the trigger's behavior, it hides all the triggers that have been previously programmed into the animation. So that's why you didn't see the mouth triggers or the head triggers as we were recording the blinks. But now I can just turn that off. And now what I'm going to do, I don't love having a ton of different blink tracks. I kind of like keeping it all on the same track. So you see how like this is the blink behavior. And so I have 3 separate blink tracks. I only really want to have 1. I already have 2. I'm not fixing that now, but I'm going to take all these new blinks I laid in. I'm going to copy and paste them into this old blink track. And that's just to keep everything organized. I'm also going to take this first blink and I'm going to extend it to 1, 2, 3 full frames. And so you see that 3 frames is a good amount of time for a blink if you're doing 24 frames per second. I mean, if you look at my eyes right now and I'm blinking, like maybe it's 2 frames, maybe it's 3 frames. I don't know. But my experience has been that 3 frames looks pretty good. 2 frames if you want it a bit faster, and then you can do slow blinks at 4, 5, 6, you know, however many frames you want. Or you can just have the character close his eyes and go to sleep. Okay, so now I am going to start from this blink, and I'm gonna scroll across all the other ones, carefully selecting only the triggers and not the blink track itself. Oh, da, 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 da. Okay, that's about there. There we go. All right. So now that I've got all those blinks selected, come back here and I simply copy them and paste them in the track below. And now all my blinks are consolidated to a single blink track, so I don't have a bunch of extra shit that I don't need. Delete that. And I come back here and I select this 3-frame blink and copy that, and that's going to be my secret weapon. I'm just going to paste that wherever I want. I'm going to move stuff around. I'm just going to clean up the blinks now.
I feel like
let's see. Something I kind of want to see my head changes here, cuz I like to blink across a head change. I tend to think that adding a blink just sort of sells the motion a little bit for, I don't even know why, but just like having the character blink as they move, it just makes it look a little better.
I feel like,
see what I mean? It's like,
I feel like,
doesn't that look better somehow?
I feel like,
I don't know, whatever. I like it, so I'm doing it.
I feel like failure is essential to
couple things. Gonna bring this audio back down. And I'm gonna turn on the music. Alright, here we go.
essential to becoming a great artist.
Okay.
Great artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist, you have to
One thing I like to have Dogman do as Nick is like rambling about something is just close his eyes, just like, you know.
have to fail and fail. Have to fail and fail and fail for decades. For decades, and then keep failing.
I gotta tell you, about halfway through this live stream, I just started thinking about quesadillas. I'm just thinking about what kind of quesadilla I'm gonna get after this. That's what's getting me through this right now. I'm just like, I'm gonna have a quesadilla after this.
Keep failing, and then die of failure. And die a failure, and then 100. And then 100 years after you die, someone die.
Anytime there's like a sound with emphasis, like a loud noise, we blink when we hear loud noises. Just think about like, when do people blink? and put the blinks there.
Do you die? Someone.
Starting to go a little insane.
Die? Someone. Do you die? Someone discover. Someone discovers your work and says, "Hey." Says, "Hey, this guy was." And says, "Hey, this guy was pretty good." Says, "Hey, this guy was pretty good." Says, "Hey, this guy was pretty good."
Whatever feels right. I don't know. I mean,
says, "Hey, this guy was pretty good."
There's no right answer. Definitely blinking on dramatic motion, I think, looks good. Like, I think that just sells that behavior a little better.
Good.
Well, 2-frame blink there, the rare 2-frame blink.
Uh-oh. Here comes the psychedelic rain. Da 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 da. Uh-oh. 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 It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
What's coming? Coming.
The sock.
Coming.
The psychedelic.
Coming.
The psychedelic.
Coming.
The psychedelic rain. The psychedelic. The psychedelic rain.
The what?
The psychedelic rain's coming.
What's coming? Coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Too long. Need to go to 3 frames there.
Psychedelic rain. Rain.
Oh, okay. What is that? What is that?
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked regular rain. Log regular rain.
No, no, no.
Log regular rain. Septitude. Septitudes everything. Septitudes everything's psychedelic.
Get rid of that.
Oh, very creative.
It is a
Very creative. Just roasting myself in my own fucking cartoon.
It is a creative idea.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Alright.
I didn't say it wasn't.
You implied.
Implied? I don't even know how to imply something.
Don't matter now. Rain's coming.
Is that bad?
Oh, what's going on here? Got some weird eyebrow movement.
Bad?
Just gonna I don't want this to be a gradual eyebrow change. I want it to be sudden. So just gonna make that change. Move these eyebrow keyframes inward so we get a quick.
Rain's coming.
Is that bad?
Not for me.
That's better. Much better.
Bad?
Not for me.
Try something.
Don't matter there. Rain's coming. Rain's coming. Rain's coming.
That's good. Like that he closes his eyes there for a second because he knows what's about to happen.
Is that bad?
And he's steeling himself for the oncoming inclement weather.
Bad?
Not for me.
Bad?
Not for me.
But it is for me.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You implied.
Nick, look at you.
So I'm just timing the blinks with the motion, extending them a little
Look at your
bit,
track record. You can't handle your drugs.
making sure that everything looks good.
Your drugs.
What do you mean I can't handle my drugs?
You got a drug. You got a drug problem.
A drug?
You got a drug problem.
Okay.
Like drugs.
You got a drug problem.
A drug problem? What drugs do I have a problem with?
Alcohol. Alcohol.
I'm gonna keep the blank there, but I gotta change it up a little bit. Put it right there. What's going on?
Alcohol. Marijuana.
Okay.
Psilocybin mushrooms. Psilocybin mushrooms. Psilocybin mushrooms.
What?
2CB.
Yeah.
MDMA.
No.
LSD.
I'm happy with how this section turned out. Like, he's just concernedly, deadpanedly delivering all of the names of the drugs that his friend is addicted to. I think it's good this way. I could have made it some big expressive thing where he's like changing his expression with everything, but sometimes it's good to pull back on that. Do as little as possible. As little as possible.
No.
LSD,
All right.
ketamine,
Doug.
DMT. DMA,
No.
LSD,
Yeah.
MDMA,
No.
LSD,
All right.
ketamine,
Doug.
DMT.
I don't have a problem with all of those drugs.
Yes, you do.
I don't have a problem with all of those drugs.
Yes, you do.
Hon-
Yes, you do.
Honestly, alcohol is way worse than any of those other ones.
Truth. Truth in animation. Move this over a few frames.
Feel that.
Whoa.
Feel that.
He should close his eyes as he says this. Like he's really feeling something. See? Just common sense.
Feel that.
Whoa.
Feel that.
Whoa.
Adds a nice little touch.
I do feel that.
Raindrops. Raindrops.
Sorry, I was just checking something with my streaming software. Looks good.
Raindrop. Raindrops.
No.
Raindrops.
Dogman, my hands are like... Hands.
Nick, try to relax. Try to relax. Try to relax.
Whoa.
Try to relax.
Whoa.
Try to relax.
Whoa, look at that.
Try to relax.
That timing, I think it's good.
Try to relax.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's good.
Try to relax.
Whoa.
That's where you need it.
Try to
So when you put the blink in between the expression change, it's almost like he's closing his eyes and then blinking. It just gives you a little... like you're transitioning from motion to a different frame as opposed to from still. And that looks a little better.
try to relax.
Whoa, look at that tree.
Relax.
Whoa.
Try to relax.
Whoa, look at that tree.
Yes. Yes, I see the tree.
Everything's like moving and shimmering and bubbling. Shimmering and bubbling and waving.
Try to. Try to stay calm. Nick. Nick.
Oh, Dogman, the trees are going up.
Just try to relax. Just try to relax, Nick. Just try to relax, Nick. Just try to relax, Nick. Be calm.
Why are the trees going up? Ugh.
Don't freak out. Freak out.
Dude, I'm...
Freak out.
Dude.
Don't freak out.
Dude, I'm...
Don't freak out.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm not... Oh, yep, alright. Yep, alright, I'm starting to freak out.
Oh, fuck.
That's good. I want the blink there.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
My commentary has gotten so much worse as this has gone on. don't know. It's just like hard to keep up commentary for 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
But I'll try to continue explaining things that I think are relevant and like helpful to know.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
It's just, you know, I'm just moving blinks around. Like there's not that much to say, you know. I put the blink here because I think it looks better here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
That looks good to me. Moving on.
Starting to get really anxious. Really. Really a lot of. Lot of anxiety. I don't even know what it's about.
That's the... That's the come up. It's always like that. You always feel... You always feel anxious on the come up. It's on the come up. On the come up. Just... On the come up. On the come up. Just on the come up. Just relax.
I'm not relaxed. I'm really not relaxed at all. At all. I have anxiety. This is like an anxiety. This is like an anxiety moment.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Nick. I'm here for you.
4,320 frames. That's how many frames are in this animation. 4,320.
I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Focus on my voice. The soothing sound. Sound of my voice. Sound of my voice.
Your voice is not that soothing, Dogman. You sound like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years.
Oh. Oh, fuck with. Oh, fuck with. Oh, fuck with. Oh, fuck with.
I'm gonna put the closed eye blink across those two expression changes.
Oh, fuck with. Yeah.
And that is how you do it.
Oh, fuck with. Yeah.
That's how you have a character close his eyes at the appropriate moment for the appropriate amount of time.
Okay, I'm turning into a fucking psychedelic guy. Yeah. Nick, I need you to just stay still. Just don't. Just don't move.
Whew. Okay. Okay. I am chill. I am... chill. I am... I am not chill, but I'm gonna pretend. Ugh.
Cracking your knuckles every so often is a very important part of animation.
And, fuck. What now?
Okay. Mission accomplished. We have entered the blinks. And they, I'm sure, look fine. It's just a guy blinking his eyes. It's not that important. It's not even a guy doing it, it's a dog. Okay. Now for the fun part. The body animation. The body and the head and the arms. Now, what I'm gonna do, starting out here, is just gonna steal some animation from what I've done previously. Is that gonna work? I don't know. Let's see. Let's find out. Alright, so here's the start of the last animation, and it's pretty similar to the start of this animation. So, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that the body and head movements are gonna be similar. And I'm just gonna try to reuse them. Maybe this will work, maybe it won't. There's only one way. You never know until you try and fail. And then you know that you never should have tried to begin with. That's a saying. It's an old saying. What the fuck? Did I not? Hold on. I didn't get all the keyframes I needed. I need these bottom ones too. So select those by holding Shift to add them to my current selection. Command C on Mac and Command V to paste. I should widen out my view here because we're done with the facial animation. Hooray, we did it. Now we're doing the rest of the body. So we can look at the whole character now, and it's really gonna start coming together now. It's gonna, you're gonna see that it was all worth it. All this shit we've been doing was worth it. I'm making him a little smaller because at a certain point in this animation, I'm gonna have this character leap up into the air and assume a meditation posture. So I want to have a little space above him. I'm not gonna make him leap up high. I just need to, so basically, character animator has something called ground detection, which you can see here. LimIK ground detection. And you can keyframe that on or off. But it just means that when you move the character's body downwards, see how his he's sort of melting into the ground, but his feet, it's as if it knows where the ground is, and then you lift him up off the ground, and you know, his feet just like dangle there. So, that's what makes it look like he's standing, and that's how you can like move him in different ways, and his feet like stick, and you know what I'm trying to say. It looks like he's standing on the ground. So you just need to lift him up off the ground a little bit to make it look like he's floating, and then you can zoom him around in After Effects in any way you want. So you don't need to do all that motion here in Character Animator. So let's set these back to 0, and then I'm realizing something. So the reason his lower legs are like melting like that is because I didn't rig them properly, and I'm realizing that now. Okay, so let's go into the character's body and to his right leg. Here's the right leg. Alright, so as you can see, I have tags for where his right knee is, where his right ankle is, where his right toe is, where his right heel is. Another thing about the right heel, what the fuck did I just do? Did I fuck that up? So there's two ways of tagging things in Character Animator. You can do it by the label, or you can do it by looking at the little guy. So I'm going to look at this little guy, and I'm going to say right heel. I'm also going to say draggable. I want to be able to drag this character's heel so that I can position his feet in any way that I want. The other thing I'm going to do to prevent his body from turning into jello is I'm just going to add in some bones. And these bones are what create a firm character mesh. So instead of crumpling like a little piece of tissue paper, this character's legs and feet now should have some rigidity to them, and they should look like more like regular normal human legs and feet. Now, is this really gonna work? No, the answer is no. It's not gonna look perfect. You know, a lot of this is being automated by a computer, and if I was doing hand-drawn frame by frame, I would not rely on these automated systems. I would just, you know, draw different leg positions for the character crouching and so forth. But like, as you can see, when you're animating a 3-minute scene for a character, it just takes so long. So the idea of doing everything that I just did, but hand-drawn frame by frame and not relying on the keyframes for the characters to do the in-betweens, we'd be here for a year. And I think there's a 12-hour limit on a YouTube live stream, so I have to do this in less than 12 hours. Which I will be able to do, but that's because I'm not drawing every frame by hand. Okay, so there you go. I put 3 little sticks. This is called the stick tool. I put 3 little sticks because I find that putting 3 is better than 1. And anywhere I want there to be some rigidity, I just put 3 sticks. So now I'm going to do it on the other leg. Left leg. And you kind of want to angle the sticks for how you know the character is going to bend his knees. So I sort of angle these on the thigh, kind of going downward and to the right, and then the other one's going upward and to the right, so that it creates like a little bit of a natural way that this leg is going to bend, if that makes sense. Okay. Oh. Got to make this draggable. Make the heel draggable. Go back to our scene. All right. Now I'm going to scroll in a little bit. And so right now, the size of this character is 8% of his full resolution, which is tiny. But it doesn't look any different as you're animating it. And like I said in the beginning, lower resolution makes the program run faster, makes it easier. I'm going to hide the X scale keyframe on the head because I've already done all of those motions, and so I don't need this anymore. I feel like failure is essential to... I feel like... Alright. Let's take this motion and bring it here. I feel like failure is... I feel like failure... I feel like failure is essential. Essential to becoming a great artist.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, so this got a little fucked up.
Artist. Okay.
That's not what I want that to look like. I feel like failure is essential to becoming a great artist.
Okay.
Artist.
Okay.
Artist.
Okay.
I feel like failure is essential to become... I feel like failure is essential to becoming a great artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist... That actually kind of looks alright. Great artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist, you have to fail and fail and fail. To become a great artist... It's very like me to just annoyingly pontificate about something. It's very true to who I am. To fail and fail. And so the same thing that we did with the face keyframes to create a little dynamic motion, you can do the same thing with the body and head keyframes. So if you just go in between two expression changes, oh, and look at those legs. Doesn't that look better? They're still kind of looking like shit, but it looks better now that we added bones. You can, yeah, just like dip down the Y position of the character's body and head between two, not expression changes, but posture changes. And then
have to fail.
It adds something nice to the motion, like a little.
Have to fail and.
You know, it just looks kind of nice. Looks kind of nice.
To fail and fail and fail. Fail for decades and.
Bring his head down and to the right and tilted just a little bit further down, a little bit more to the right.
To fail and fail and fail for decades and then keep failing and then keep failing.
Get rid of that.
Fail for decades and then keep failing. Decades and then keep failing.
Add a little. And the posture changes, I usually put them around 7 or 8 frames, 6 to 8 frames for a posture change, 3 to 5 frames for a facial expression change, just because the head and the body are bigger things to move around than like the eyebrows and the pupils and stuff. So they move a little slower.
Keep failing and
I find that it's nice to couch your facial expression change in a slightly longer body posture change. So here we're changing facial expressions across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keyframes. And then around that, like parentheses or something, we're changing posture in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 keyframes. So 5 versus 7.
Keep failing.
I don't know.
Keep failing.
And you can kind of stagger where you put your like dynamic in between, just if you want a little more.
Keep failing. Keep failing.
I don't know, just a little more like nuance to the motion. And that's something that you can always go back through once you've done your first pass on the character and stagger things, stagger the eyebrows and the eyelids and like, you know, stagger motion and add more like in-betweens to make it more interesting and nuanced and like
keep failing.
You can really go crazy with it about how nuanced and dynamic and expressive your character is. And there's a point where it's too much, but you know, you just gotta decide for yourself where that is. All right.
Keep failing and then die a failure. And then 100 years after you die failure. And then 100 years after you die someone discovers your work.
Get rid of this section.
And then 100 years after you die, someone discovers your work and says, hey, this guy was pretty good.
Okay. I'm going to lock off that intro section. Just a little wall of keyframes there. Good. And I want a little arm motion on this. Nothing crazy, just... I want his arms to come out on the thunderclap and then quickly go back in as he straightens out. And maybe even go back in a little past where they started. Expansion and contraction. Expand, contract, expand, contract. Good. I think I want that to happen a little faster. Good. Good.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Get a little more arm motion here. Similar thing. Just maybe a little less. Come back to 0.
Uh-oh. It's coming.
I think we're just gonna have to go off the dome for the rest of this. It's hard to copy posture expression or posture keyframes across animations and have them still make sense. I guess a lot of what we just did was copied, but
It's coming.
and this is pretty smooth sailing. You're just changing the head and body position and
It's
rotation.
coming.
What's coming?
It's nothing compared to the face animation.
What's coming?
The psychedelic.
What's coming?
The psychedelic.
What's coming?
The psychedelic.
What's coming?
The psychedelic.
What's coming?
The psych. The psych.
Coming.
The psychedelic. The psychedelic.
So one thing you can do to change all of the keyframes under a certain category is click on that category. So for example, I'll just undo the toggle hold there. So what I did is I clicked on scale X and then I hit Option Command H. That changes all those keyframes to hold keyframes, which is what I want because I'm going to use that to change the direction of the forearm. So basically I have both of these arms separated into essentially the bicep layer. Well, it's the full arm that moves the forearm and the bicep, and that's labeled left arm. Then I have L4 and R4, so left forearm and right forearm, and that just means I can move the forearms independently. And one thing about that is, so it's literally its own independent layer. And you just have to move it around to make the line match up so that it looks like it's still one continuous shape. And that way you can, you know, have a little more freedom in your expression. Freedom of expression.
The psychedelic.
The freedom of expression.
What's coming?
The psychedelic.
Oh, what did I just do? All over the place. I gotta be honest, I don't usually do character animation in one sitting like this. I wanted to do it this way for this stream because I know this video will live on my channel after the stream is over, and I know it's gonna be like an 8-hour video, but I want people to be able to go look at this and see, here's how start to finish I animate this character for this animation. And just so you can see how I do it, and you can, like, I don't know, you could do it this way if you want. I'm sure not everybody's gonna want to animate their characters like this, but it's, you know, it's a lot of work, but it's also not. It's like I'm doing 3 minutes of character animation in a few hours. I mean, it's kind of a nice way to go about it. But obviously there are drawbacks and trade-offs and, you know, limitations.
It's coming.
The psychedelic.
What the heck? Why is the arm doing that? Alright, I gotta get rid of all this shit. Bye-bye. I don't even know what that is. Yeah. I'm going from scratch from here on out. This is the home stretch. This is the final push.
What's coming?
The psychedelic rain. The psychedelic rain.
And honestly, here's the other thing. Here's the other reason I'm doing this. I want to be able to hire someone to do this for me. And so I want to provide an in-depth look at how I do this so that if I ever need to hire, if I ever want to say, like, I got a bunch of new animation I want to make, I don't want to do all the character animation for it, I want to hire someone, but I need some quality control because I need them to match the style that I'm usually going with. If I have this video, I can show them this video and say, just watch this and you'll see exactly what I do, and you just do it the same way or better, or, you know. But it's in the back of my mind, I'm like,
it's going to be nice to have something that I can just show someone, like, this is how I do character animation. Now, can I pay you a few $100s to do this for me? That would be nice if I didn't have to do all of the animation myself. Here's spoiler alert. Making animated stuff by yourself is like a bad idea. You need help. You need to involve lots of people to do the work for you, because otherwise it's just you doing it.
Coming. The psychedelic.
That probably sounds obvious. But it's actually a very brilliant point that I just made. Very smart. I have a good brain. I am smart. SMRT. If anybody knows what that's from, and they put it in the comments, I will send you I'll send you a free hat. I just released 2 new hats in the ChilsonTV store. With this guy, his face on them. Embroidered. Nice. Quality. Embroidered. They're like $19. It's a good price. It's a really high quality item. So I'll send you one of those if you can tell me what this is from. I am smart. SMRT. I mean, SMART. Put in the comments what that's from, and I will send you a cool, high quality hat with this guy's face on it, embroidered. What am I even doing? Sometimes you just get lost. You're just like, what's going on? I think it's just doing this for this long in one sitting like this. This isn't normally how I do it. Normally I take a lot of breaks. I'm kind of enjoying this, but it's also like making me crazy. You can only move little keyframes around on a screen for so long before you go, what am I doing? Oh, God.
The psychedelic ride.
No, why? See, this is why you need the graph editor and character animator, because every once in a while, keyframes just start interpolating some bullshit. Like, what is this? Why is he moving his arm like that? There's no keyframes in there to do that. You know. But if I could open up the graph editor, I could change that, but I can't. So I have to just turn everything into a hold keyframe right here. You know? This is why people hate Adobe, because of all these little glitches. It doesn't bother me that much. I mean, because you just know how to work around it. See, that fixed it. But like, hey Adobe, why not just solve that glitch? And solve the glitch where if I translate something horizontally, the physics property just glitches the fuck out. Because I have a workaround for that, but it involves me exporting the character's head and body on completely separate files so that I have to composite that in After Effects. Like, can't you just make your program not glitch and then I wouldn't have to do that? You ever think about that? I'm kidding. I love you, Adobe. I'm not... You know I would never say anything to hurt you.
The psychedelic rain. The psychedelic rain.
The what? Fix the character animator thing.
The socket.
I'm gonna have Dogman throw his arms out religiously here, as if he's a religious zealot. Like the one and only JC. Just read that book, Zealot. That was interesting. It's hard to know what happened 2,000 years ago. So you read somebody saying like, here's definitely what happened, and you go, I don't know, maybe. But it was still interesting. So I'm going to flip both forearms by adjusting these hold keyframes to negative 100%. Oh boy. Just trying to make that little part match up. See here how it's broken. Just want to fix that. Good enough. Have him do a little crouch.
The psychedelic.
Look at that.
The psychedelic.
That's what we call some decent character animation. It's kind of like a expressive movement.
Psychedelic.
He's expressing something. What is being expressed in this moment? Have the character do that.
The psychedelic grinds coming. Psychedelic grinds coming. Psychedelic grinds.
My mouse on my thigh. Trying to find a different position. Just some variety. And again, anytime you need to flip, horizontally translate any layer, just change the X scale from negative 100% to 100% on the hold keyframes.
The psychedelic grinds coming.
What? It's coming? Lower his head a little bit. Kind of see shoulder.
Grinds coming.
What's coming?
Grinds coming.
What? It's coming?
I have him hunched down a little bit here. Looks like a teddy bear.
Rain's coming.
What's coming?
Socket. Rain's coming.
What's coming?
Socket. Socket. Psychedelic run. Psychedelic.
Whoops. It's good to offset the arm and the body motion. You don't want everything moving in perfect oh god damn it. You don't want everything moving in perfect, what's the word? At the same time. What's the word for that? I don't know. You want to stagger the motion a little bit, because like as a person moves and walks around and exists in the world, they're not like moving their arms and their head and their body all at the same time in perfect synchronization. You don't want everything to be synchronized. You want it to be a little staggered. That makes the movement look better. It makes it look more natural, more authentic, more human, more real.
Psychedelic rain.
I know it's a cartoon, it's just a dumb cartoon, but you gotta think about these things.
Psychedelic rain. Rain. Psychedelic rain. Psychedelic rain. Psychedelic rain. Psychedelic rain.
Sometimes you just have them like over rotate a little bit and then come back to center.
Psychedelic rain.
I don't know.
Psychedelic rain.
Just you want to make it look like it has weight to it. Momentum.
Psychedelic rain.
Weight.
Oh, okay.
What is that? What is that? Just gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna close out Character Animator and reopen it, because sometimes if you don't do that and it crashes, you can lose all of your work.
And I've just put a bunch of work into this, so I'm just going to close real quick, and then I'm just going to reopen it. I opened the wrong file. This is the other view. Well, since I opened it, let me just show you this real quick. So this is the same scene that I've been animating for the last several hours, but just seen from the 3/4 body point of view as opposed to the frontal. And the reason I do that is because so I everything I just animated, I've already animated. I do it twice. And the reason is I like to have different shots at different angles, and I like to have a profile shot and a frontal shot of the same animation with the same character, because I might use one shot, I might use another shot. The way I do things, I animate the full scene for every character, and then I create full shots, and I edit the shots together, but I get like full coverage of the scene from every angle. So that's why I do all the animation twice. So like everything I just did, look, I've already done all this shit. I just, you know, this is for the 3/4 point of view, and now I'm animating the frontal point of view. But I'll just show you a little bit of what this looks like.
Stay calm, Nick.
Oh, Dogman, the trees are going up.
Just try to relax, Nick. Be calm.
Why are the trees going up? Ugh.
Don't freak out.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm not. Oh, yep. All right, I'm starting to freak out.
So in this one, I've already animated all the where he jumps up into the meditating position, and now he's like floating through the spirit realm and stuff. So this is all done. This is what I have to now do in the frontal animation. So let's open that back up and let's get it done.
That
It's like
is that.
it's like it's like regular rain.
Sometimes it's good to have the body motion start before the head motion, as if the head's following what the body's doing, kind of.
It's like regular.
That
It's like regular rain. It's like regular. It's like regular rain. Except it turns everything so. Except it turns every. Except it turns.
I actually really like this head motion here.
Except it turns everything.
That's like,
Except it turns every.
I don't know, I like that. I like the way that turned out.
Except it turns everything. It turns everything psychedelic. It turns everything psychedelic. It turns everything psychedelic.
Oh.
Psychedelic.
Oh.
Everything psychedelic.
Oh. What is that?
It's like regular rain, except it turns everything psychedelic.
Oh. Very creative.
It is a It is a It is a create. It is a creative. It is a creative idea. It is a creative idea.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it was.
Creative idea.
I didn't say it wasn't.
You implied.
Oh, it was.
Creative idea.
I didn't say it wasn't.
You implied.
Implied. I don't even know how to imply something.
Don't matter it. Don't matter it. Don't matter it. Right. Rain's come in.
And I don't even really know what to say about, like, the technique here. I don't know. I'm just putting in keyframes, and I'm just kind of feeling it out, and I think this looks good, so I'll do this, and maybe it doesn't look quite right, you know, try to change it, and I'm not really... There isn't really like a handbook on how to do this. It's just like you're just moving through postures and trying to make it look as good as you can make it look, and you're just kind of going on instinct, and your instincts get better the more you do it, and you know, that's really it.
Rain's coming.
I give that whole speech, and then I
play back an animation that looks stupid. Ugh, God.
Rain's coming. Rain's coming.
What is he doing with his arms?
Rain's coming.
I don't like that at all.
Rain's coming.
That looks a little better.
Rain's coming.
No, not as good.
Rain's coming. Rain's coming.
Is that bad? I kind of like that.
Not
All right.
not
Bad?
not
You know, it's funny. Like, I can spend 6 or 7 hours working on scenes and compositions in After Effects, and it just flies by. There is something about the tedium of moving around these little keyframes that I don't get lost in as easily. You know, I do catch a flow state here and there doing character animation like this, but for the most part, it's not like that. This part of the process is a bit arduous. It's just, it requires a lot of concentration. You have to think hard about what you're doing the whole time. And it's slow. So, not to just, I don't mean to just complain. I'm not complaining. I'm just commenting on the differences between the different parts of the process. And I'd like to stream like whole chunks of the process like this. Like this is this whole animation for this character for this thing, this little short. But it'd be nice to stream like the full After Effects phase of it as well. So maybe I'll do that next.
not for me.
Because After Effects is a little more fun. It's a little more like seeing everything come together. Whereas this is like painstakingly moving little keyframes around.
Not for me. Not for me. Not for me. Not for me.
And anytime you need to flip the forearm, you just put that 100%, negative 100% hold keyframe in between the motion to smooth it out.
For me.
And then you add some secondary motion to kind of just a little, what do they call it? Where you cover up your mistakes with a bunch of bullshit. I don't know.
me. For me.
But
Me.
but it is
For me.
but it
For me.
but it
It's coming.
is that bad?
Not for me.
But it is for
Not for me.
but it is for me.
I didn't.
That'll look good because that character, this is a turnaround. He's looking over his shoulder and then he's actually turning around here. So, and then we're flipping to a different shot as that occurs. So that's what I needed there.
Not for me.
But it is for me.
I didn't say that.
And then this posture's good for this deadpan line.
I didn't say that.
You implied.
Mick, look at you.
Implied.
Mick, look at your track record. Mick, look at your. Mick, look. Mick, look at. Mick, look at. Mick, look at you. Mick, look at your track record. Mick, look at your track record. You can.
And they're just standing on the path, facing each other, having this conversation. Nothing crazy.
Look at your track record. You can't handle your drugs.
What do you mean I can't handle my drugs?
My voice acting here is not as good as it could be. It gets better in the second half. I have like a hybrid system of like scripting an episode, but also trying to improvise parts of it, and like sometimes it works better than others.
drugs.
You gotta
Drugs.
You gotta drop. You gotta.
It's never easy telling your friend he has a drug problem, but we've all had to do it. Maybe not all of us, but some of us.
Drugs.
You got a drug problem. You got a. You got a drug problem.
Legs falling asleep. Okay.
You got a drug problem. You got a drug problem.
A drug?
You got a drug problem.
A drug?
You got a drug problem.
A drug problem? What drugs do I have a problem with?
Alcohol, marijuana,
Okay.
psilocybin.
I think I'm gonna keep him in just not a lot of gesturing here, just like standing still, listing these substances. I just think there's something funny about that. I can't even put my finger on it, but I like it.
I have a problem with.
Alcohol, marijuana,
Okay.
psilocybin mushrooms,
What?
2CB,
Yeah.
MDMA,
No.
LSD,
All right.
ketamine,
Doug.
DMT.
I don't have a problem with. All of those drugs.
Yes, you do.
Call me crazy. I'm just leaving that as is. I think it looks kind of good. Sometimes the best motion is no motion at all. You got to know when to let something just be still, because sometimes it's better that way.
Problem with all of those drugs.
Yes, you do.
And then when you reintroduce the motion, it feels motivated. Feels more motivated. It's like, ah, it's back. Must be a reason. Must be a reason for all of this. And there is.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Honestly,
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Honestly,
Yes, you do.
honestly, alcohol.
You say- Yes, you do.
Honest.
Yes, you do.
Honestly,
Yes, you do.
honestly.
See how staggering things adds a little more fluidity to the motion? Just a little staggering. Nice touch.
Yes, you do.
Honestly.
Nuance. Humanity.
Yes, you do.
Honestly, alcohol is way worse than any of those other ones.
Alright, this is where we're pulling back and craning up with the camera. And they're standing on the path. And the way you do that is with a virtual camera in After Effects. You basically create a 2.5D scene where all of the elements in the scene are two-dimensional, but they are arranged in a three-dimensional space in After Effects, and you can move a camera through that space. And you can move it wherever you want and get all kinds of cool shots that way. What am I doing?
Feel it. Feel it.
Whoa! I do feel that. these other ones.
Feel it.
Whoa! I do feel that.
Raindrops.
That's kind of a nice, soft,
Other ones.
continuous motion. Subtle.
Feel it.
Whoa! I do feel that.
Raindrops.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Raindrop. Raindrops. Raindrops.
Ah.
Kind of looks like he's looking at the ground, which is what we want.
Ah. Dogman, my hands are like... They're like... are like hand. Hands. Feel that.
Raindrops.
Ah. Dogman, my hands are like hands.
Nick, try to relax.
Whoa.
Relax. Try to relax. Try to relax.
Just checking some, I have some timestamps for where I want certain things to happen in the animation, so just checking that.
Hands.
Big.
I know I've like completely abandoned my commentary here, but I gotta just push through this. I mean, so close. I gotta just push.
Hands.
Big. Try to relax. 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 Try to relax.
Whoa, look at that tree.
Yes.
Here, the dog is looking up at a tree. So, there you go.
Yes. Yes, I see the tree.
Everything.
Yes, I see the tree.
Everything's like moving.
Yes, I see the tree.
Everything's like moving. Everything's like moving.
Yes, yes, I see the tree.
Everything's like moving.
Yes, I see the tree.
Everything's like moving.
I see the tree.
Everything's like moving. Everything's like move. Everything's like move.
Try to relax.
Whoa, look at that tree.
Yes, I see the tree.
Everything's like moving and shimmering and bubbling and waving.
Try to stay. Try to stay. Stay. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm, Nick.
Oh, Dogman. The trees are going up.
Just try to.
Okay. Here's a moment we've all been waiting for. I need this little dog to jump up into the air into a meditation pose. How is this possible, you might ask? Well, we got to do a couple things. What we have to do is create a swap set for the legs of this character. And all right. Let's bring in the right legs and the left leg, and then we have an alternate leg position that I've drawn in Photoshop. It's ready to go. So we drag the F seat and B seat leg position over top of each other in a swap set called legs, with the left and right leg over top of each other, so you can see they're on the same trigger. You set that as default. And you take the alternate position. You can see they're both here associated with this trigger. And you apply a letter trigger to it from the keyboard, and then you click the latch behavior so that when you click L, you will change the leg group and it'll stay on that leg group until you unclick the trigger. So that's how triggers work. So I need to do a couple things here. I'll just show you what we just did real quick. Ready? meditating, standing, meditating, standing, meditating. All I'm doing is clicking the letter L, and I'm moving that leg group. So before we do that, I want this character to... Let's see.
Just try to.
I want him to crouch.
These are going up.
And on the word up, I want him to leap into the air. So I'm gonna bring his body down like that. First of all, I'm gonna zoom out a bit. And I'm gonna move the rest of his body as if he's really crouching down. Move his arms out like so. Do a little forearm motion. How do people, you crouch like this and then you jump, right? Yeah. I had to think about how people jump real quick. All right. Do. All right. So that looks sort of okay, but actually it looks like shit. So we gotta do a few more things to make it not look like shit. The main thing we have to do is enable this dragger behavior. And then, you know, before when we put the dragger tags on the character's heels, so we're going to use that now, and we're going to drag the heel outward. Like that. And you know, there's some, his feet are deforming a little bit. It still doesn't look perfect, but it looks better than it did. And the key is we're only going to see this posture for like 2 frames. So record that dragger position. Drag that here. And then he's gonna leap up into the air over the course of like, I don't know, 6-7 frames. We're gonna uncheck that so we can see our dragger animation. Turn that off, back on.
Trees are going up.
Oh. Christ almighty, what did I do?
Calm, Nick.
Oh, Dogman, the trees are going up.
All right, there we go. That'll work. And now I need this character to leap into the air. So we're gonna bring him up to, let's do negative 600. You see his legs dangle like that because he's off the ground, so ground detection no longer applies. Goes into the air. Say negative 700. Negative 650. And then straighten out the arms. He's leaping into the air, right? You crouch, then you go jump. Put your arms down. And the head shoots up. That. And here's where we introduce our trigger from just a moment ago. Turn the triggers on. Trigger the swap set on the legs. Hit record. Ooh, that's gonna look good. And there you have it. So you trigger that leg change right as he's leaping into the air. And then we're gonna maintain this new leg group through until the end of the animation. So here's what that looks like.
Trees are going up.
Just try to.
Terrible. Damn it. Doesn't look terrible, but it's not there yet. You gotta keep working it.
Up.
Just try.
Up.
Just try.
I think it's a little slow. Let's cut this down by a couple frames.
Up.
Just try.
That's looking better. And then what really helps is a little bit of bobble motion. And what I mean by that is okay. So we want it to look like this character has weight. So when he jumps into the air, we want him to kind of do like that in space, like jump and then like kind of land and like move back and forth a little bit in a diminishing oscillation. So the way that you do that is you take about the same number of frames as it took to do the motion, and if say we know we want to settle around a Y position value on the body of negative 550 pixels, then we'll drop down to negative 400 pixels. And say on the head, we know we want to end up at a Y position value of roughly -10, and here we're at 44. So let's go to -50. Or, you know what, even more than that. Here, let's put the head rotation at 6. And we're gonna have the Y position and the rotation of both the body and the head are going to bobble back and forth to give the perception of weight. So if it's at 6, let's go to -6. Okay, and then let's scroll forward, adding a little more space between the keyframes each time we do this, and we just bobble back and forth. Add a little more space. So -400 to, oh no. Yeah, to -600, back to -450, 5, wait, 6 to -6, to 4, to -4, should be 4, -4, 50, a little more space, and this -10, 2, -550. And then coming to rest at the values we want. -1. Let's get these arms out. Kind of resting on his thighs here. Okay. Let's see how that motion looks.
The trees are going up.
Just try to relax, Nick. Be calm.
Pretty good. Not bad.
The trees are going up.
Just try to relax, Nick.
Up.
Just try to relax.
The trees are going up.
Just
Can start this leg motion a little sooner.
And the trees are going up.
Just try to.
The trees are going up.
Just try to relax, Nick.
The trees are going up.
Just try to relax, Nick. Be calm.
Why are the trees going up? The trees are going up.
Just try to relax.
That's a little better.
Trees are going up.
Just try to relax, Nick.
Trees are going up.
Just try to relax, Nick. Be calm.
Why are the trees going up? Ugh.
That's good for now. I might tweak that a little bit more later, but that's good enough for now.
Don't.
I'm gonna kind of look like he's putting his fists on his thighs here. Yeah, just like that. I'm gonna do a lot of the motion control of this character in After Effects, so I don't need to move him around too much.
Don't freak out. Freak. Don't freak out.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm not. Oh.
I'm just gonna do some subtle rotation and position changes as he's like floating in space, just to try to create a subtle floating effect.
Don't freak out.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm not. Oh, yep. All right. I'm starting to freak out. The trees are going up.
Just try to relax, Nick. Be calm.
Why are the trees going up? Ugh.
Don't freak out.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm not. Oh, yep. All right. I'm starting to freak out.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, going up. Ugh.
Don't. Don't freak out.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm not. Oh, yep. All right. Yep.
Just kind of want to make it seem like he's floating.
Don't freak out.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm not. Oh, yep. All right. I'm starting to freak out.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, I'm starting to get really.
Fuck.
Okay, I'm starting to get really anxious.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, I'm starting to get really anxious. really a lot of anxiety. I don't even know what it's about. Really a lot of anxiety. I don't even know what it's about.
That's the come up.
That's a nice frame there. Nice little meditating dog, sort of.
That's the come up. It's
And you can do the same thing that we've done all along by adjusting the Y position values to create some dynamic
that's the come
movement.
up. It's always like
The posture changes.
that's the come up. It's always like that. You always feel anxious on the. It's always like that. You always feel anxious. You always feel anxious. You always feel anxious on the come up. The come up. The come up, just
So now I'm doing these long, slow movements. Lots of frames in between keyframes, just to create that floating effect.
it's always like that. You always feel anxious on the come up. Just relax.
I'm not relaxed. I'm really not relaxed at all.
up. It's always like that. You always feel anxious on the come up. You always feel anxious on the come up. Just relax.
I'm not relaxed. I'm really not relaxed at all.
Relax. Relax.
I'm not.
Relax.
I'm not relaxed. I'm really not relaxed at all. I'm not relaxed. I'm really not relaxed at all. Should be a title of my memoir. Don't be fooled by my relaxed demeanor. At all, I have anxiety. At all, I have anxiety. I have anxiety. At all, I. At all, I have anxiety. This is like an anxiety. Oh boy. At all, I have anxiety. This is like an anxiety moment.
Oh no.
How many lines of dialogue do we got left? 3. All right. Push, 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 push.
Moment.
Oh no. I know, Nick. I'm here for you. Focus on my voice. Focus.
If you can't tell, I'm phoning it in a little bit here at the end. I gotta be honest, I've been doing this for 6 hours and I'm ready to be done. So I'm not thinking
Focus on.
super critically about every little thing right now. I'm just trying to get through the ending here, and I'm so close. So just gotta get there. And I may come back and touch this up a little bit later and
Focus on my voice.
do all the stuff that I would be doing if I had a fresher mind. That's one of the things about any type of mental work. You're just better at it when your mind is fresh. Like, when you've been doing it for 6 hours, it's like, I don't even know what a good idea is. I'm certainly not having any of them. That's why sometimes it's good to, like, know when to take a break, because you'll come back and you'll do a better job. But
Focus on my voice. The
I guess we're just not doing that today.
voice. The soothing. The focus on my voice. The soothing. Soothing sound of my voice. Voice.
That's a nice frame. Just a happy floating Buddha dogman.
Voice.
Your voice is not that soothing, dogman. You sound like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years. I'm gonna add a wiggle behavior to the X and Y position of this character in After Effects, so there's gonna be a lot more floating behavior. I don't need to do too much of that here.
Soothing sound of my voice.
Your voice is not that soothing, dogman. You sound like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years.
Oh.
Years.
Oh. Fuck with.
Oh fuck, we're fucked. What a brilliant line of dialogue that is. This is the other thing that happens with animation is like it takes you 3 seconds to think of the idea and it takes you 1,000,000 years to animate it, and so by the time you're done animating it, you don't even know if it's good anymore. You're just like, what even is this? What did I think was a good idea to do? What? You just don't even know if it's funny or anything. By the end, you're just like, I've looked at this 1,000,000,000 times. I don't even know what it is anymore.
Fuck, we're fucked. Yeah. We're fucked. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm turning into a fucking... psychedelic guy. Nick. Nick. just I need you to just stay still. Just don't move.
Whew. Okay. Okay. I am chill. I am... I am not chill, but I'm gonna pretend. Ugh. Fuck. What now?
All right, folks. We did it. That's it. That's the whole animation. It's done. Okay. I'm just going to play it back so you can see everything that we did here today. And here it is. We started here around 6 minutes and we put in all this shit. All the stuff you see here. This was all done. All these keyframes, a few thousand keyframes. All done in the last 6 hours and 30 minutes. Okay. Let's play it back.
I feel like failure is essential to becoming a great artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist, you have to fail and fail and fail for decades and then keep failing and then die a failure and then 100...
I have to add the walking animation. I forgot to add the walking animation. He's walking forward at the end, or at the beginning, I mean. So we just copy this. And you're not, his lower body's going to be cut off here in the final edit, so you're not really going to see this walking. It's going to look not quite right, but that's because the bottom part will be cut off in the final. Okay. We did it. There's the walking behavior. Why is this all screwed up? All right. You know what? I don't know what. Oh, this is on headbang. No. Walk. You know what? Forget about the walking behavior right now. We're just not even going to deal with it. I'll deal with that later. What? What is this? We gotta turn ground detection on and off. All right.
What is going on here? So we need ground detection off until the walk. Good. That's where the walk ends at the thunderclap. So we cut it off there. We delete that part. Oh no, shit. God damn it. Delete my whole character. And then we turn the ground detection back on. I'm just going to close this out and reopen it real quick, because I don't want to lose everything I just did. I feel like failure is essential to becoming a great artist.
Okay.
To become a great artist, you have to fail and fail and fail for decades and then keep failing and then die a failure. And then 100 years after you die, someone discovers your work and says, hey, this guy was pretty good.
Uh-oh. It's coming.
What's coming?
The psychedelic rain.
The what?
The psychedelic rain's coming.
What's coming?
Psychedelic rain.
Oh, okay. What is that?
It's like regular rain, except it turns everything psychedelic.
Oh, very creative.
It is a creative idea.
I didn't say it wasn't.
You implied.
Implied? I don't even know how to imply something.
Don't matter now. Rain's coming.
Is that bad?
Not for me.
But it is for me.
I didn't say that.
You implied.
Nick, look at your track record. You can't handle your drugs.
What do you mean I can't handle my drugs?
You got a drug problem.
A drug problem? What drugs do I have a problem with?
Alcohol, marijuana,
Okay.
psilocybin mushrooms,
What?
2CB,
Yeah.
MDMA,
No.
LSD,
All right.
ketamine,
Doug.
DMT.
I don't have a problem with all of those drugs.
Yes, you do.
Honestly, alcohol is way worse than any of those other ones.
Feel that?
Whoa. I do feel that.
Raindrops.
Dogman, my hands are like... hands.
Nick, try to relax.
Whoa, look at that tree.
Yes, I see the tree.
Everything's like moving and shimmering and bubbling and waving.
Try to stay calm, Nick.
Oh, Dogman, the trees are going up.
Just try to relax, Nick. Be calm.
Why are the trees going up? Ugh.
Don't freak out.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm not... Oh, yep. All right, I'm starting to freak out.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, I'm starting to get really anxious. Really, a lot of anxiety. I don't even know what it's about.
That's the come up. It's always like that. You always feel anxious on the come up. Just relax.
I'm not relaxed. I'm really not relaxed at all. I have anxiety. This is like an anxiety moment.
I know, Nick. I'm here for you. Focus on my voice. The soothing sound of my voice.
Your voice is not that soothing, Dogman. You sound like a British guy who's been smoking cigarettes for 40 years.
Oh, fuck, we're fucked.
Yeah, okay. I'm turning into a fucking psychedelic guy.
Nick, I need you to just stay still. Just don't move.
Okay. I am chill. I am not chill, but I'm gonna pretend. Fuck. What now? There you go. That might not look like much, but that's 4,000 plus frames of character animation accomplished in less than 7 hours, which maybe it sounds like a long time, and I guess it is, but not really in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, that's how I do character animation in Character Animator, and it's the same principle for the other character that's in this scene. And so I'm going to do that character animation next, and then maybe I'll stream the After Effects portion of this animation. Let me know in the comments if you want to see that. I would be happy to do it. All right, closing out of that, closing out of this. All right. Oh, one more thing. Let's see. Before I end the stream, I just want to...
Let's see. Just going to go to my website really quick. And this is my website, ChilsonTV.com. There's lots of cool shit to look at there. Please, you send me a message. I will read it. Join the newsletter. Join the email list. I'd appreciate that. And there's a bunch of new cool shirts in the shop. And there's this Dogman hat. These waffle beanies are super comfortable. I got this Dogman shirt. It's all embroidered. This hat is cool. It's only $19.50. It's a steel. You can get it in all these different colors. There's black and, gray one and white. And they all have the Chilson TV logo on the back. Personally, my favorite is the stone. So when you choose an option for the color, stone, this is the stone color. That's what I like. This one's khaki. It's a little darker. Stone is the main image that you see here. So head over to ChilsonTV.com and get yourself a stone-colored Dogman hat. Why not? I really appreciate it. I appreciate, it helps me to continue to do the stuff that I like to do. So anyway, thank you for watching this live stream. I hope that something in there was helpful to someone. And without further ado or anything else to say, I'm just going to sign off and say have a good one.